Hang on. Am I there? Yeah, we are. Welcome. I know, it sounds like a very strange vacuum cleaner, doesn't it? Anyway. Am I there? Yeah, we are. Welcome. Okay, so welcome guys to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Today we're going to be doing a flight. One that I've already carried out today. And it went nicely. So let's see if it does it again. So we're in Gatwick, England, and we're going to be travelling up to Manchester, also England. It is a cold -1 degrees here in Gatwick, and it's going to be a even colder -3 up at Manchester. And it's night time, so it's dark. So it's both cold and dark, as is the plane. So I think I've got all my stuff prepared. I know that the FS-LTL traffic has had fixes for sound, so that they're not operating at full thrust while taxiing. But this doesn't sound good, guys. Like, what the hell is that? It was fine earlier when they were taxiing. It was just very nice, but I don't know. So this is Gatwick. It's a main hub, airport plane hub in the UK, and there's very few planes here. So I wasn't sure about this, thinking about, you know, why are there so few planes? And I looked on Flight Radar, which shows you the real world flights and what's going on, and it's the same. There's not very many planes here, so we are correct. Okay, this is a quick flight, 45 minutes, I believe, ETE. Estimated time en route, I believe, is 45 minutes. And if it all goes as well as it did earlier, well, nice. But if it is going to be a short flight, and it is going to land fine, then I don't know. I might consider doing a turnaround and bring it back to Gatwick. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't done one of those before, but we'll have to see. Right. Without any further delay, let's get going. So, first, let's flick a couple of switches on. That's better. And stick some ground power on. Okay. Oh, still can't get rid of that. Right, so panel lighting on, and where's me dim bright? There it is. Let's go bright for now, and then when the plane is all done and dusted and ready and everything, we can switch it down to dim, because we don't really want bright lights in the cockpit at night. So yeah. That's it. I don't need my head torch thing now. Alright, so let's just get all the lighting and stuff on, and I'm gonna do that one, just some background floodlights. Don't want to go too far with these, because like I said, you don't want in the environment to be too over bright. So yeah, I thought since Frontier has dropped the 1401 patch, I would do some flight sim. Because I don't know. Yeah. It doesn't get me the same views, I know, but you know, I like to do this, and I need to get another good successful flight in. Now, as I've already done the flight today, I've got all the things written down that I need to write down. It is going to be cold, so we're probably going to be using some anti-icing on the plane. I don't know whether GSX will give me the option for anti-ice. It will only give me the option to de-ice the plane if the temperatures outside are within that range. So the temperature of the air hitting the plane at the moment is 0 degrees, but the actual temperature is -1. Yeah. The fuel is incorrect. No, wait a minute. Yeah, fuel is incorrect. It is completely incorrect. So we're going to fix all that. Passengers and cargo, as far as the plane's concerned, in terms of its weights, are in. But we may use GSX to get people on board because I know Manchester has the nice glass jetways. But I don't think GSX has separated out crew and pilot loading with anything else yet, so might be a bit premature to set it all up. So let's get our position entered. So into the FMC, the plane has been set up equipment wise correctly. Yep. Damper, new switches, yeah, everything's good. Let's go. So pausing it, let's do that. We are at EGKK in the world, and we are at gate 105. I did write it down. It is 105. It should say, I mean, this is Gatwick. It definitely should say out the window. It is 105 though. There it is, 105. I knew it was somewhere on the top of that post. Wow, we're getting some really bad frame rate going on there. Right. So, slight discrepancy up here, but I'm going to go with that one. And moving on now to the route, EGKK to EGCC. Yeah, because Gatwick, Heathrow and Manchester have all got double letters. KK, LL and CC. Easy to remember. Flight number then is British Airways, although that's not the flight number I had filed. We were originally with Virgin Atlantic, but yeah. So we'll activate that and click execute. That'll bring the flight plan in. Over to departures, and we're going to be departing from runway 26 left. I get confused here because it's 26 left going to 23 right. So 26 left. Here's the runway we're going off on, and we're flying out via flight plan needed. Yes, hello Gain Damage and Andy, by the way. Yeah, sorry, slight delay there on that one. Yes, welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are doing good. Okay, so yeah, that's it. It's LAM 6M. There it is. And we'll execute that. And we go back. Index? Yes. Go to the arrivals, and we're coming in ILS 23 right. ILS 23 right via the Elvo S1M. Elvo. Didn't quite fit the S in there, but it's the same one. Elvo S1M. Execute that, and we have our flight plan. Woohoo! So, let me just triple double check that everything is going according to plan. No pun intended. And we'll just skip through, or step through these steps here. I'm ignoring these altitudes for the moment because the plane hasn't got a clue, but it'll be all fine in the end. Famous last words. Whoa, hello, we have a discontinuity. Ah, yes, the famous Dane to CF23R discontinuity. Okay. Well, we'll pop that up there and we'll link the two together then. Yeah, I had to do this earlier. It's like we've got the center fix here, but the plane has to make the turn earlier. It doesn't actually make it up to the center fix, so it's really just going to go on FF, which is the final fix, and then down onto the runway. So it works, it does it. The plane will do it. I think my problem that I had before with some of the descents that were getting messed up was that I wasn't putting, at least with this plane, I wasn't putting faith in the plane that it was actually going to descend at the right time. So on the flight I did this morning, at the point I thought it would start descending, and it didn't, I just left it. I thought, I'm just going to leave it. And if you don't descend, well, we mess up. And it picked the right moment to descend so that we could make the next waypoint. So yeah, I'm just going to leave that entirely alone. Okay, so I'm going to trust the plane. That's what I'm saying. That's the wrong menu. Well done. So here, oh, let's do it from over here because I think I had it set up on here and it disappeared. Yeah, I did. So fuel then. I'm not going to bother calling a truck over. So the fuel amount is 5,000. So yeah, 5 tons. It's 4.9 something, but let's go with this. And we already have the passengers on board. Virtually. Let me just double check that. We have 103 passengers today with 2,600 tons of cargo. Yeah. So no fuel in the center, just on the wings. And that's it. Oh, actually, I do want to keep this there in ground services. That'll. Do you just stay there? Don't move. Right. I'm going to start an attempt a boarding process. Let's see what happens. I'm hoping it's going to bring the jetway over. I haven't tried whether it will, but we will see. So I can't get to it. British Airways. Yes, please. Handling by Brit Air. So oh, well, yeah, that didn't go too well. I guess. What? Are you going in the other door? I've never seen this before. That's amazing. Oh my god. How are you going to get the... Right. Shoot, it's all in the plane. That tells me, guys, we're going to need a GSX profile for Gatwick. What the hell's just happened? Okay. I don't know about jetway, but certainly get in the way. Yeah, everything. Okay, so I'm going to set my altitude to 6,000, which is the outbound transition altitude. And then we can just go straight up. Flight level, cruising level today is 24,000 feet. Right, we're taking off runway 26, which has a heading of 258. However, guys, if we look on the flight plan, you'll see this is ridiculous. You'll see that the first waypoint is a kind of, it's not a real waypoint, but it's kind of a heading telling us to head out initially on the 257. I'm going to do that. Tell the plane to do that. Can't put that in yet. Don't know what it is. But let's get the flight directors on. If I can select it. Why can't I select it? This is the jetway. It's got to be. The jetway's got to be. Oh no. Okay, we got it now. I thought the jet was perhaps getting in the way of me selecting that. So auto throttle and flight directors are armed. We'll put this back to the map mode, which is what we want. Yeah, okay. This is, I've never seen a jetway do this. Like, but yet the crew are walking into the other door. And all the passengers are going to do that as well. Welcome to the fabulous world of GSX. Dude, I mean, I've heard of trying to get extra air miles, but this is not how you do it. GSX, not quite perfect yet, but you can make profiles for airports yourself, so you can stop this happening. Yeah. Let's just pretend we didn't see that. You haven't seen a minute up to now. Oh no, gain damage. Is it sorted? Are you sorted up? I hope you sorted it out now, matey. Okay, I'm not going to enable any air chatter yet until we actually... This is silly. With all that chatter in the background, I've kind of lost what I was up to. Right, what do we do? We've got the transition in, we've got the fuel level in, passengers and cargo is in. I would suggest that we've got some more stuff to do down here. I can't see the actual buttons, so we'll have to do it on this one. Oh, bruv. So, let's do it here. Okay, so in the index, we've done the positioning. We haven't done the performance yet, so let's do that.
Thank you.
So, flight level is 240, 24,000 feet, no toes. The winds at our cruising altitude is 309 degrees. That's the direction the wind's coming in. And it's going to be blowing at a nice 30 knots. And that's going to be the temperature up at flight level 240. Bring your big coat. Alright, cost index has gone up to 51 for the night flight. For the day flight it was 48, I think, so I don't know, it's gone up a little bit. Fuel reserves, I'm just going to allow 1 ton of fuel for that. Probably a bit too much, but it'll do. There's our zero fuel weight. Transition altitude is 6,000. It's 5,000 coming into Manchester though, but it is different. So that's everything, I believe. Execute that. On the next page, I don't think we need to bother with anything here. These are our climb speeds, I guess. I don't know. Climb rates. Climb, cruise, and descent. Okay. I don't particularly understand all of that page, but never mind. Right, then for takeoff, we have flap 5. We have a center of gravity of 22.5, giving us a trim of 524. 1 second gain damage. I'll just check your message in a moment. Just get the trim in. 524. Come on. Almost. Go again. And again. Well done. Nice. Okay, so trim is set to 524. And then we've got the V1 speed, the rotate speed. These two seem to be very close to each other always. And the V2 speed 127. So let's also bang that into here. And that's all good. Right, gain damage, all fixed now. How am I? I'm not doing too bad. I'm trying to get back onto my sleep pattern. I've just had a couple of hours nap, which may or may not have been a good idea, but I needed it anyway, because I've been up since 4:30 this morning. It's just weird. Right, was in fight with Thargoids before my connection went off. Now I'm at a rebuy screen. Oh, Jesus. But will be redeployed 169 light years. Yeah. I think that's because of where you last docked, right? And maybe where you were fighting the Thargoids. You either didn't, or you were docked 7 light years away before. Yeah, that's not normal then. That's kind of weird. Because I had an incident where I was in a system that had one of those rescue frigates, mega ships, and I hadn't even docked on it. But when I got blown up, remember when I was being too cocky and I didn't do the replenishing of the oxygen, the life support, and I blew up. Well, I ended up on the medical rescue ship, even though I'd never docked there in that system, just because I was in that system, I suppose. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird how it works. I'm just trying to think. Where's the light switch for this light bar here? Not that it matters, but I think, is it this thing? Let me turn it off. Hello. Hello. Yeah, it is that. Okay, just wondering. Yeah, so we can turn that right up to full brightness. Again, you'll find that pilots do not really want to go on full brightness thing. Okay, so carrying on then, I think we're pretty much there. We've got the takeoff for 5 flaps. I haven't put any of our descent information in yet, such as decision altitudes and all that. ILS frequencies, which I will do now actually. I'm going to put that in because I know it's, from memory, I know it's 1095 from here. Because I did the flight this morning, so I remembered it. And we want to now engage, should have done this a little earlier, engage the handbrake. And I could go through these overheat, and is that overheat? Yep, overheat fire tests. I could go through those, but nah, we're good. So up here then, we've got a little bits and pieces to take care of up here. So let's do that while the passengers are getting on. So flaps up, your damper is on. Plenty to do down here. Aft fuel pump on to power up APU. And now we're going to put the wing lights on. Anti-collision lights go on before the engine starts. We're not ready quite for that yet. Okay, ground power, blah, 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 blah. Dee. All good here. Seatbelt sign to automatic. Chime is on for the...
Hello. Thank you.
Not that I need to chime her. Hello. Lights here, look. I love how it looks like it's just behind that glass panel thing. We'll get the hydraulics on right now. And there's something I asked and I found out today. You can enable the PAX, which is the air conditioning and cabin pressurization thing. You can enable that before takeoff. I always thought that you kept them off because they consume power and you didn't want to take power away from the engines on the takeoff. So I always assumed that these were left off, and once you've taken off and come back into climb thrust where you don't need as much power, then you can switch these on. But apparently no, apparently you can have it. So anyway, and the landing altitude, so the runway is 249 feet off the above sea level. So we're going to put 250 because that's good enough. Saxon Man 111. Hello, Saxon Man. Just ranting, yeah. You're not going to fuel scoop then, gain damage. That's going to be an interesting flight back. Yeah, sometimes when you get when you get a little bit ragey on something, for good reason, I think it's time maybe to just switch to a different game. I did Flight Sim today, and then I played a little bit of it's a long title, so I've got to get the words in the right order. Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2. There you go. Yeah, I'm playing my way through that again, just because it's cool. Right. Have I done everything? What about up here? Yes, heading is on. Nav is obviously on. Otherwise, it would have told us by now. Let's see what the dome light on dim is like. Is that good enough? It is. That's nice. I need this. I need this jetway out of my face. Passengers are nearly on board now anyway. So we probably start getting the APU fired. Oh, I hope this flight goes well. There's lots of things I still need to click and press and twiddle and stuff, but I hope I won't forget those when the time comes. So things like my barometric pressure, yeah, that. I'm not going to put that in quite yet. What we do need to put in, though, is the current QNH, the current air pressure, which if I look on my phone, rather than going to the METAR, apparently London Gatwick right now is 1017. So that says 2992, so it's in the wrong currency. So we'll switch that to HPA, and now it's in the right currency. So we need to go to 1017, bring the altitude into sync. And there it is. And the winds right now at London Gatwick, 3 knots at 210 degrees. Ceiling and visibility okay. When I was doing this morning's flight, I was being told that the weather in Manchester was misty. There was mist in the air. And sure enough, guys, when we came down and you know, when we descended into Manchester, you could really see, like, we were, I don't know, say 3,000 feet above, and you could just see this cloud of mist over the entire city. And we were coming in, and I was fully intending to do a manual landing. I couldn't. We were approaching the runway. It said 2,500, and then it just said minimums. I couldn't see the runway at all, so I had to leave it on autoland, which we did. We managed to autoland it nicely. I'm going to have airports on here. I'm going to have terrain on there. Yeah, I couldn't see a damn thing. So it could be that it's cleared up a little bit now. All right, passengers are on board then, so we can now... Can we get rid of this jetway, please? And then we can start firing the plane up. So if I just click operate, it says boarding complete. So prepare for pushback and departure might be enough. But that should take away the jetway, but I don't think it does actually. But I want to use the pushback from the PMDG plane. So let's see if we can do that. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. That'll do. You haven't left the door open, have you? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. What's going on over there? We've got such bad frame rates here, guys, and I really don't know why. Anyway, let's get the door shut. There she goes. All right, I guess we can say that we're good. We need to go nose right, that much I do know, and it's a nice little taxi to the runway. It's not too far on this one. Commander Gypsy, hello. This all looks very complicated and not in space. No, however, there is a plane I could fly which will take us into the... Is it stratosphere? It'll take us high enough that you can see the curvature of the Earth. Yeah. In fact, Concorde will do that, but yeah, the Dark Star will take us high. Oh, wow. We have got FSP, PSFS loss here. I'm hoping that's going to fix at some point. Right, so the tower frequency for Gatwick is... Actually, there's a couple of towers here. Let's tune into 134.230. So we can only tune on this side. So it's 134.230. Two, 230. Come on. Do we have it? Okay, TCAS on, and I'm probably doing things in the wrong order here because I should be starting to get the APU switched on. So let's start doing that. Let's get that thing powered up and start. And we'll just wait for this little needle here, and then we'll get the 2 blue lights and we can swap the power from the ground to the APU generator. Yeah, cool. I'm going to use the isolation valve onto auto, and there it is. Oh, there we've got the little heat haze coming out the back there, so it's powering up. Yeah, it's first person shooter FPS loss, that's what that is. Or first pilot, what would the S be? First pilot starting frames per second. I don't know. Right, okay, so APU is powered, the generator is there, and so we can switch over. And there we go. Just a temporary break in power there. So we don't need the ground power guy anymore, so we can switch him off. Tell him to go away. And now we can put on window heats, probe heats. I'll wait for now until we do anti-ice. I won't do it straight away. Packs can go to auto then, apparently. I'm going to wait till I fire the engines up to do that, though. Yeah, I just don't know if that's what the exact correct procedure on that is. So, beacon light is now going to go on as we're about to start the engines. Taxi lights, I'm going to put those on. And as we're at night, I'm going to put landing lights on as well. And also the all-important bleed, without which nothing starts. Remaining fuel pumps can go on. And these are low pressure because they have to be for now because there's no engines, blah 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 blah. We're on APU now, so we switch, check the voltages, 24 volts, and amps, and AC volts, and whatever that is. Yeah. Okay. Sometimes this yaw damper switch flicks itself off, so I have to keep checking to make sure it's not doing that. Alright, APU is up, and I think we're ready to fire the engines up, I believe. Are we? I always have to double check my own homework here, guys, because I've lost a bit of confidence with the plane, but I think I've got everything right. I can't see any orange lights on here that should not be there at this stage. So, bleed is on, APU is on. So let's get the pushback. So if we go back here to ground services, we can tell the ground power dude to go away, which we could have done by just removing the chocks. So we'll do that. And we want, oh, that's not here, that's got its own separate menu. We've got pushback, and we want to go standard L. Can't be left. We're going to turn the nose to the right, and we're going to select the tug, and
cockpit to ground. Go ahead. We've been cleared for pushback and start. They want the
fuel is correct, 5 tons. Oh. Oh. Yes, I can release the parking brake. There you go. GSX doesn't like that, but we're not getting pushback by GSX today, so it's going to have to just have a little bit of a whinge there.
Here we go.
Right, it's pushing, so ignition on and powering up, N2s all the way to 25, unlike the Airbus 310 where you just have to go to 20. But this isn't an Airbus. So 25 and inject the fuel. That should power up the N1s right here. Once the start valve open has disappeared, that's the generator on and running, and everything is good. By generator on and running, I mean this thing, this bus thing, that we can switch it over to power the plane off the engines and not the APU. It goes from battery to ground power to APU, APU to engines. Right, you just heard that switch flick over. We're already in position actually, so
Pushback complete. Parking brake, please.
I'm going to try and arm the parking brake without looking.
Brake set.
Done. Alright, so, engine. I think if you leave this in right or left, I think it'll still power the engine up, but
Watch for the salute and release from guidance on your right. Have a good flight.
thank you very much. Okay, so let's get engine 1 powered. And as you know, we always power engine 2 first, because it's on the engine furthest away from the captain on the right hand side. And so if we powered up the left hand side first, it would be harder to hear engine 2 powering up as well as being able to actually see it here. So they do the other side first so that we can clearly hear. It's just a procedure. It's the same on propeller planes. Fire up the engine on the other side. So now we're just waiting for this light to go out. In the meantime, we'll get the auto brakes onto RTO. And fuel flow reset I'll do at the threshold of the runway. I hope I can remember everything. Okay, so now we're switching off the APU and switching on to the engines. There's another power flick. Okay, I think the APU, I don't have to bother with these switches because as soon as we switch off the APU, yeah, we're good to go. Awesome. So now we can see that there's nothing here now. So now we have to switch this to Gen 1 or Gen 2. They're both, oh, that's the ampage on the left engine is more than the right engine. I'm sure that's fine. Yeah. Packs set to auto. And now you can hear the air coming through. We will set the de-ice. I don't know whether, I don't know. This plane doesn't tell you, unlike the Airbus, you know, that you're in icing range. So I'm just going to do that. Enable to 20 knots at blue. I didn't get that last time. But this is on takeoff. Okay. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. Right, so we have auto brakes there, spoilers armed. I don't think you need to arm the spoilers on this, do you, for takeoff? Oh no. Do it anyway. And oh, flaps, guys, flaps. We need some flappage. So flaps 5 coming in. Just watch the needle go to 5, and we'll be good on that one. Right. Handbrake, parking brake, disengaged. Fingers crossed for a safe flight. All the descent information I'll feed into the computer as we go. Now, I'm not looking at any maps here to tell me where to go, but I think we make this turn and we follow it all the way down. Okay, we're just a little bit quick here. There's another British Airways flight coming in. So there are little, we have to go, we peel off to the left, if I remember right, or remember left. The runway's right here. It's just literally right here. There we go. There's the little thresholdy thing. So flaps confirmed at 5. What else did I say I was going to do at the threshold? Was that it? Oh no, the fuel flow. Okay, we can do that now. Awesome. So for the sake of positioning the plane a little bit better, I'm going to take this left line. I bought a new gaming chair. Cool. Which one is it? If I could have a gaming chair, I know the one I would want. Because they're apparently super comfortable, but super comfortable comes at a price. Yeah, the Noble chairs apparently are pretty good. This one I've got right now, it's not comfortable. Better off with an office chair, to be honest. This one's got very little padding. Somehow we manage. Okay, I'm finding that the autopilot display light is a little bit too bright. So I'm just going to bring that down a little. Cool. Have the handbrake on, please. Right, everything is done. TCAS is set. Yep. Yep. Will this kick in now or what? Yeah, LNAV, VNAV is on. Now, looking out on the flight here, I'm going to try and handle half of this turn. That's a tight turn, but I'm going to just give it a go before I flick it over to the autopilot. So I'm not going to worry too much about this constraint of 220. The plane says it can't handle that, but like it's probably not going to reach 220. I don't know. These are constraints, so that's 4,000 or below. The plane should obey those anyway. Let's see. Okay. Handbrake off. Ready to go. What? Speed brake? That the problem? And full power. So yeah, unlike the Airbus, you don't arm the speed brake for takeoff. Flap set. Check. 80 knots is check. Up we go. 15 degrees of pitch. Gear in. Up. Down. Left. Come on, plane, you can hit 220. I'm giving you full power here. You can do it. I'm just going to level it off to 10 degrees. Starting now to retract the flaps. Look at that, you're easy going to make 220. What were you complaining about? Easy. Going now to flaps 1. Don't do that. Flaps fully retracted. Yes, aeroplane. You're going to drop your power. Please don't freak me out. Okay, so I'm still in control here. I'm still flying. Don't look away from the screen. So we are breaking all sorts of rules here, guys. So when I put the autopilot on, VNAV will disappear. Why? Because I'm higher than I should be. The constraint here is I need to be below 4,000. And I have broken that rule, guys. I broke that rule. Is the plane going back down? No, 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 you don't do that. Why would you do that? Okay, I'm going to have to manually keep it up then. It's because we're not obeying instructions here. If I bring the plane down to 4,000 though, although that's, yeah, 3,200 or above. So if I bring it down to 4,000 to match Det 29, then I should be able to engage the autopilot and have VNAV. Or actually, I should be able to engage VNAV again. It's just because it's not happy that we're not obeying the constraints. So once we dip under 4, my guess is that VNAV should re-enable. There we go. So now the plane will control itself. It's armed for 6,000, but it knows not to do that yet. So actually, if we look down at here at the map, we're gonna at the flight plan. I've got the map on my right hand side, so we'll take that away. Yeah, we can then go. So flight level 6,000 is at LAM. So once we get to the waypoint before LAM, which is D157J, actually we can do it here, 1570. So once we get there, we can set the cruising altitude here, and the plane won't go up until it's ready. So the auto brake can come off now. Also the runway lights can come off. I think the landing lights as well, right? I don't think you keep the landing lights on in flight. I don't believe so. Cabin pressure is... a little bit higher than it... Oh no, that's here. That's the little needles there. Wow. Okay, that's good, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know why, if it's a noise abatement thing that you have to fly this low, you know, I don't know. You'd think flying high would be better though, but no, this is this is what we have to do. There's Gatwick. Yeah, we have to stay low for quite a while. See, here is 5,000. It's already got there. Okay, the plane's already done that. So, like I say, we've told the plane to go to 6, but because of this constraint, the plane is constrained to hold there. Once it passes Acorn, it may still hold at 5,000, D1570. And I think these ones that are in the smaller numbers, they are not constraints. It's only the big ones, I think. Tell me if I'm wrong, guys. So it's a little bit warmer up here now. It's 3 degrees hitting the plane. Normally the air hitting the plane is slightly warmer than the actual air around the plane. There's usually a few degrees difference. But it's a cold one. And there's a cold snap to do as well. Commander Budman, one and only. You hit the like, and so did I. Thank you, Budman, for the likes. I will try and play safe. You know, you wrote a guest drop, and my brain just saw the words aggressive setup. I don't know, it's my Formula 1 brain just kicking in there. I haven't heard of that make before though. Oh, look at this. You can't hit the ground services button while you're in flight. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah. Okay, so now we're bypassing Acorn. If this is not a constraint, the plane will start ascending. Oh, that's purple. Okay. So that is a constraint. So the plane's staying at 5,000, chumping up lots of fuel. So with this one, I have the map at a higher range. You know, you can see more of it than this one. This one's more zoomed in. So I want to put the I could zoom this one right out so we can see a lot more. I think I want to put the airports on this one as well. I'll just keep the terrain on the captain's side for now. Yeah, this is weird. We actually have to fly, you know, these another 25.3 nautical miles before we can start ascending up into the cruise altitude. So for some reason around London and Gatwick and whatnot, we have to stay low. I'm assuming most of those lights in the background are going to be London. Are we now turning up? Yes, we are. See, we actually fly down southwards, and then we fly right over here, over I think what is Kent, and then we make our way up through the middle of England, and then we loop back down to go into Manchester. It's a whole thing. We don't just fly in. Like, we're flying from south to north, but we're not going to land on the runway like that. We're going to have to go north and then turn around and face south and then come back again to land on the runway. It's just the way it is. Yeah, it's purple, so that means it's a constraint. But the lower we fly at, obviously there's more air, so more power required to push the plane through that air, and therefore more fuel gets used up. So I'm hoping I'm sure we have enough. Jysk is a Danish shop. You know, in Gibraltar they had a Jyske Bank. It's the same as Jysk but with an E on the end. Jyske Bank. I'm assuming that's Danish too, right? They sell furniture. Yeah, kind of like, is it a bit like IKEA and stuff like that? A Gestrup, would that be right? Or a Gestrup? A Gestrup. Grey black. Grey black's cool. That's nice. Oh, good. Well, comfort is everything, especially like for me. I would like a more comfortable chair, because I do tend to sit here for long periods, and I do sit in weird positions. Like right now, my left leg is curled up on the seat of the chair, and I'm sitting on my left leg. That's London, right? Yep, that's London. You can see some of the buildings. Can't quite make out what. Anyone know what that is? Did we just go up to 6? Oh, we're going up to 6. There you go. So what I can do now is tell the plane, hey, when you can, would you mind making your way up to the flight level of 24? And the fact that we're that low, the fact that we're still this low accounts for this really low cabin pressure here. Because normally this needle would probably sit around 4,000 feet, I would say. Once we get up to cruising altitude, the altitude inside the cabin should increase to be what it would be like if you were at 4,000 feet, stood on the earth. So, yeah, we'll see. We will see. Oh, the wing anti-ice has gone off. I wonder why that was. I don't know if we need it on, but what I'm concerned about is that I don't know if it tells us. I don't think we get a message popping up saying, hey, ice detected. You do get that on the Airbuses, but I don't know if you get it on the Boeing though. I've also been paying attention to this, the flap speeds. And I've also found out that when pilots are descending, they tend to use flaps. They'll go to 1 and then 5, so missing out 2. They'll miss out 10, go straight to 15, then to 25. And as you can see, these are your corresponding speeds. So at 250 knots on the descent, you can be at flaps 1, 2 and 5. When you're 210 or under, you can have flaps 10. And then 15. So when we get under 185, we can be flaps 15, and then blah blah blah. Our final landing flaps is going to be 30, so I'll end up going to 25, and then just before we, you know, a few thousand feet, I guess, before we touch down on the runway, I will go flaps 30, so that the plane can bring itself down to the landing speed. Now, we haven't started to increase our altitude yet, but this is LAM that has a constraint of 250 knots, plane's doing that nicely, and 6,000 flight level. That's why it's not ascending right now, because it can't. It's not allowed. I could force it to do that by clicking level change, but that would be naughty and disobeying the flight, what do you call it, the flight rules, the airspace guidelines, rules, I don't know, whatever, that. So as soon as we get past LAM, I am expecting that needle to go whoop. There we go. Now she's climbing up to 24. We have VNAV speed, LNAV and N1. Beautiful so far. Okay, so now we are above transition altitude. We want to switch the air pressure to standard. There it is. And now I'm going to start putting in some descent information. So, the decision altitude is 200 feet above the runway altitude. Runway altitude is 249, so the decision altitude is 449. So, on Barrow, we want to go and set it to 449, and just watching this number down here. And once we get under 449 feet, we have to land. There's no turning around, not for any reason. It reminds me of when, you know, the space shuttle is about to go off and launch. Once they get to, you know, they do the countdown, 5, 4, 3. When they get to 3, it don't matter what's happening. That shuttle's going up, regardless of anything. Because on the 3, the main engines start to fire, and you can't switch that off. It's all programmed. Once they fire, that's it. Before 3 seconds, yes, on the 4, you can fully abort. And it was even a case once where they were doing the countdown and they just did, you know, 8, 7, 6, 5, and then something happened in the shuttle, and the shuttle itself detected a problem and shut itself off. And they didn't launch, they had to wait a few days. The actual shuttle itself picked the problem up and cancelled itself. Had it got to 3 seconds, nope, you're going up. Yeah, and that's similar to this. So anyway, so we've got the Barrow in. So now we want to put in the wind information, I think. Now I've got this information from SimBrief, so I don't think it's liable to change too much. So we go down here. I think it's in the descent phase. Yeah, here, forecast. So I don't bother doing the requesting it, because it doesn't work for me. So the transition altitude for coming down is going to be 5 grand, so 5,000. So let me see here now. The current temperature in... Now I was messing this up earlier. The current temperature in Manchester is -3. Now I know when you get your METAR information, your weather information, right? So if we can go... Maybe I can show you one here. I don't know. Let's see, there's an airport. We don't need airfields and airstrips because there won't be any METAR for that. Oh, maybe there isn't any, guys. No, these are all small. These small places. Stansted. Okay. Here, there you go. Right. So when you want to denote temperatures in the minus, you would put MO1, right? So that's -1 degrees, which is the current temperature at Stansted, and the lowest temperature overnight at Stansted will be -1. So knowing I've got to put a minus in here, I didn't know. I was putting MO1, not valid. Okay, O1M, not valid. And I thought, but that's how they denote it. Yeah, on the METAR, maybe, not here. On here, there's an actual minus. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, we live and learn. -1 degrees is the temperature. Whoops, where are we going? That's not correct. That's for Gatwick. It's -3 degrees in Manchester. And the QNH, the air pressure in Manchester, is 1017, which we will feed into the altimeter as we get closer. And it changes the cabin rate here. Feet per minute, I guess. I don't know. This might be to do with air pressure, the cabin pressure. Anyway, so we're going to put some altitudes in, as we're going to be flying at 24,000. I'm going to put in the wind settings for 20,000 feet, for 15,000 feet, and for 100,000 million feet. So 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. So at 20,000 feet, we have a wind of 321 degrees at 28 knots. I can tell you when I landed this morning, the wind speed was 8. No, it wasn't. It was 6 knots. Now it's triple that. So it might be a little bit... it should be fine. It'll be fine, guys. We'll be fine. So 322 at 026. This is what you can get off the SimBrief flight plan, by the way. In the wind, there's the wind section. It's like in an orchestra. And it shows you some figures under the descent options. So there we go. In fact, I'll show it to you. And then at 100, so flight level 100, we have winds coming from 333 at 18 knots. So slightly breezy, but nothing to worry about. I wouldn't have thought so. Okay, so we're at 24, so coming down, these are the winds. This is going to help the plane on its descent path, I believe. And then this is the weather information for the airport. So let's execute that. And so these figures here are from... let me just dig it out. I've got it somewhere, guys. Got it somewhere. Right. So, if I go into my browser. So this is the SimBrief flight plan. I have it in like a dark mode. So this is the top of the flight plan. So this is your basic information. That was the fuel, 4969. I just rounded it up to 5,000. Airtime, 45 minutes. So this is like ETE, estimated time en route, which is the actual flying time itself from liftoff to touchdown. So come down. There's our. See we go from here. Sorry, that's Heathrow. We go from here and we flick around London through Kent, and then we're going to go up here, and there's Manchester. But actually, I don't think it doesn't show you the stars here, but there's the runway there. We'll be going to be coming in up, or at least here, and then up, and then circling back down. That's what we're going to be doing. So the wind information is, we bring it down, 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 down. Here we go, wind information. So this is top of climb, right? So when we reach our cruising altitude of 240, these will be the winds. So you can feed those into the plane, which we did. On the descent though, you've got these numbers here. And these are the ones I fed in. At 20,000, there's no point feeding in information for altitudes above you, because it's pointless. So I only needed to fill in the ones that were at or below mine. So I only fed in the 200, the 150, and the 100. And it was these. I'm not quite sure. Oh, these are the temperatures. Right, so these are the temperatures at those altitudes. So even here at 10,000 feet, it's minus 14 degrees, and that's where you get it from. Yeah, that's the lowest I end up going on the flight pan. Actually, I don't bother going any lower. Yeah, so that's where I get it from. Nice and easy. So back to the legs, and look at this, guys. We'll be dropping down to flight level 20,000 very, very shortly. I'm gonna stick that in right now. Get the plane ready for it. Okay. That is our next constraint. So it will drop and then just hang there. I could probably just program in. In fact, I could just program in 3,500 feet, because the plane will hold itself here until it bypasses Elbos, and then it will start dropping, and then it will stop at 8,000, because that's a constraint at Dane, and then after Dane it should start dropping down to 3.5. So I'm going to try this. I believe I can drop it all the way to 3,500 feet. That is my belief. So, top of descent is here, right there. Let's get the terrain off, and we can clear that up a little bit. So there's our top of descent. So from this point, at some point after that green dot, the plane should start coming down, already starting the descent phase. So you might be wondering, ooh, what happened there? Did all the lights just come on? You might be wondering, where is this? Well, I have no idea. I'm going to tell you. Well, I can tell you that over on our right is the city of Leicester. So this is Leicester, guys, here. And on our right, and a bit further distant, might be here, would be Coventry, I think. Yep, that'll be Coventry. Oh, you can hear the engines. They've dropped. We're going down. Yes, we are. So, I just want to make sure that we stick on the VNAV path. So the ideal flight path is the diamond, and the line is us. So we're underneath the flight plan, so we're dropping a little bit quicker than ideal, but that's fine. Absolutely fine. cool and awesome. Once we get to 10,000 feet, I must remember to start flicking over the ILS frequency, start putting the lights on. Seatbelts I don't have to worry about, it's on automatic. Yeah, just the normal flows. Bramley House is in the house. And Coelho Sniper. Hello, Coelho Sniper. Too small for Coventry. Well, I'm just going by what the map says. I've got a map here. What's that in front of me? In front of me is Derby. Is it Derby? Yep, that's Derby. Derby. That's the city of Derby right there. And I know because I can see on Google Maps it has a circular motorway system around the edge of it, and there it is right there. Well, that is Derby. Oh, now we're dropping from 20,000, so we must have gone past that constraint. And it now will be stopping at 8,000. That's the next constraint, you see. But it also has to, by the time it gets to Kushi, it has to slow down to 250 knots. So we should see the plane dropping its own speed down to 250 by the time it reaches Kushi. It can still be doing that speed, but yeah, good luck dropping 43 knots in 5 miles. It might be able to do it, I don't know, but if I was the plane I would maybe slow down a little bit. So yeah, interesting. Hello Bramley, so how are you, Bramley? Yeah, Coventry 25 miles away from Leicester. Yeah, so which country are you? I'm in England right now. Same as, ooh, did we just hit a little pocket of turbulence? That is Derby, 100%. Check it in Google Maps and have a look at the motorways, and you'll see this circle right around the middle of it. I think maybe we should get some lights on. Not that it matters. Do we have to have lights? I mean, there's the TCAS system and everything. Traffic. I suppose you could fly over Gibraltar and it would just go, you know, you could be 3,000 feet above and it'll go traffic. Not because of planes, it's just because of all the cars that are there on the roads down there. The plane will be going, I can't believe the traffic. Yeah, it's the congestion in Gibraltar can be at times worse than London. It's ridiculous, given its ratio of size. Poof, man, you get awarded a medal, or not a medal, a special prize if you manage to get your car out of second gear without stalling it in Gibraltar. Right, anyway. Yeah, so we're still just below the flight plan, flight path, sorry. We're on the VNAV path. As long as that's staying green, we are good. Whoa, we just got a little drop there again. Whoa. Plane is in retard mode, so yeah, throttles all the way back. LNAV, this is perfect. Having these 3 things on the descent is exactly what I want. I couldn't ask for more. Bring me down safe. Bring us all down safe. Oh, guys. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Bramley. Expected. It's still sad though, isn't it? Sorry about that, matey. Yeah, I've been there, man. But my dad passed away when I was 17, so yeah, I didn't get as much time, unfortunately. But yeah, I know what you're going through, mate. Which countries do you think are the favourites to win the World Cup? I have to say, Coelho Sniper, my interest in football is zilch. I don't know anything. I know that they have a round thing and some grass and 11 players and they have to get it in the net. But yeah, football isn't my thing. really. So in the World Cup, I have no idea. I would like England to win it. Are they still in it? I don't know. The only time I watch football would be a World Cup, providing England are in the semis or the finals. Then I might watch it. But yeah, otherwise, nah. I don't know. It's never been something I've been interested in. Not sure why. Right, so this is what it's doing right now. It's going to match this one. Speed requested cushy. Oh, actually no. This is what it has to do now. So these are the waypoints it's going through. Actually, that'd be nice to display on this one. So if we go on the descent here, and then just show the flight plan on this side, that'll be good. Right, are we at 250? No, it's working its way down. Okay. Well, you've got 1.4 nautical miles or less to get yourself down to 250. Are you going to make it? It's going to keep dropping this until it gets to 250, and then it should stay there. Right, but now you need to... Yeah, you didn't quite meet that requirement, did you? No. I'm not going to interfere with the plane though. I'm just going to leave it as it is. Because now it has to go down to 8,000 and it has to be at 230. So, flaps wise, guys, flaps wise, at 230 we can engage flaps 5. Before we engage 15, we need to have the gear down. Otherwise, it's going to start whinging. Wee, 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 wee. So, we don't want it to start squeaking at us. Yeah, it hasn't really... I don't know whether it wants some help. Oh, it does want help. Okay. Steep descent after Dane. I wasn't getting this earlier. Okay, so once we get under 250 knots, I'm also going to apply some flaps to bring the speed down even further because the plane's asking for help. I didn't get this last time, so I'm not quite sure why we're getting this now, but... Okay, we're under 250 knots, so I'm just going to employ flaps 1. I just want a bit more drag to slow this plane down. And we can also go to flaps, up to flaps 5 at under 250. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to flaps 2 now. And I might even consider flaps 5. Actually, I think we're good. We'll take the drag off now because we are... It's dropping down now to 175. Is that because... Why are you going so slowly? Why is it picked... Ah, okay, it's gone back up again. Yeah, you need to be up at around 230. There we go, it's starting to pick up now. Good little plane. 240 is a bit much. It's not quite exactly what we had in mind. Can you drop that? Come on, 230. You know where you need to be. That's it. And look at this, we are bang on the VNAV path. Absolutely perfect. So, into Dane then. And you'll see here, this is our... part of the final approach, and then we'll just have to do this super tight turn. Okay, so definitely now applying some flappage. So flaps 5, and then I'll go directly to 15. The model of the plane, as in the title of the stream, is a Boeing 737-600. I don't know any players of the Brazilian national team. I couldn't tell you. Passed, not passed. It's fine, Bramley, I knew what you meant. In fact, I didn't even pick that up. Okay, so I'm going to do this now. I'm going to put auto brakes to 2 because when I set it to 1 last time, I wasn't really happy with the braking performance of the plane. So yeah, I'm going to just do that. So we are on flaps 5 now, so the next flappage is going to be at 15, so that's when we go under 185 knots. So for now, center fix at 195, final fix at 179, but then we've got 10 nautical miles to slow it down to around, I think, what's our landing speed again? Does it say? Where's the thing where I put the thing? Approach 125. I should have selected that earlier. So 125 knots is our landing speed. It's funny, isn't it? I did this flight this morning and this is completely different. I never, the descent was perfect. I didn't have to employ any drag. I don't really want to go to flaps 15 now, but we have to because we're at 155, which is slower than we need to be at. It wants drag because it's asking for more time to reach 35. Because as you can see, we are above the flight path now, which isn't good. It's on VNAV speed now and it's not on the path. This isn't good. This needs to come up. It's coming up, it's coming up. It's coming up. Once this gets to inline, I think I'll take the drag off and see if it's if it can maintain the VNAV. There it is, VNAV path has kicked back in again now that we're more level. Yeah, it looks like we're going to make 3005 here. Although it's starting to level up a little bit. Maybe it's very confident that it can make it. So when we do this turn, it's going to slow the plane down. So I think I'm going to try flaps 15 before the turn, and then engage 25 on the final, and then 30 for landing. Oh, I hope I'm getting this right. It's a lot of guesswork. That's what I'm saying. Is Commander John Beamer getting involved in the alien invasion? Trying to, Bramley. Check out my last three streams. Yeah. Trying to. Okay, we need to go back to proper pressure now. So, quickly, I didn't have the information to hand. So, Manchester is 1017. There we go, done. Okay, auto brakes are on. Right, flaps 15 engaged. Okay, plane, make the turn. Oh yeah, like I said to you guys, gotta put the gear down. Put the gear down before flaps 15. So what I'm going to do is come up to 10 on the flaps, and once the gear's down we can go back to 15. My mistake. It should stop buzzing. Maybe it's the speed brake arm that it doesn't like. There we go. Okay, now we can go down to flaps 15 and we shouldn't get the buzz anymore. Speed brake is armed. Auto brakes are armed. And that would really help if I'd switch the frequencies over. Cool. So we are 10 miles out. So I'm going to now hit the approach mode. I'm going to drop down to flaps 25, and it will remain there until final landing. Maybe a bit early for that because we are going very slow. This ref is our landing speed, so we're actually pretty slow. It's enough to keep us in the air because our takeoff speed was higher than this. It doesn't want to be dropping any lower than this though. 130 it needs to stay at, I would imagine. There you go. If you stay there. So apparently we are above the flight path, but with approach mode on, oh, you're gonna mess me up. Are you gonna mess me up? Because the runway's just there, and you haven't started descending yet. The glide slope is there, but it hasn't got it. Uh-oh. We may have to go around and attempt this again. I don't like this, guys. I think the plane only lands successfully when I'm not streaming. I think that's a thing. The course is set correctly. Yeah. I've done something wrong. Okay, I'm going to drop the plane back up to 15 on the things. So we're currently at 232. Okay, I'm going to need a calculator to make this plane land. So calculator on my phone. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. When I'm stressed out like this, I can't do sums in my head. I knew, yeah, it was the right number. Okay, so we need to come off approach mode and go to heading 52. And this plane is going to stay exactly where it is. This speed, this altitude, whatever the hell. Okay, heading of 52 degrees and go. Oh, you want to do a right-hand turn? Wait a minute, according to the plane, what the hell? Yeah, no, I was right, we are going way beyond the runway. Okay. So we should be doing a 180 degree U-turn. How very, very odd. How very, very odd. Actually, that's not correct. Why did I put LNAV on? It's supposed to be heading select. Now that doesn't look quite right. Why is that not exactly parallel with this line? That's bizarre. So I'm going to tell the plane to, I'm going to try and get it parallel. Doesn't matter if it's a little bit out. I just don't want it in. This'll do. So what we'll do is we'll get up to the final fix here, and then we'll U-turn it back onto 232. We already have the course laid in and ready to go. And I don't even remember doing that. I guess maybe the plane did it. I don't know. And then we'll try the approach once again. See what happens. Reset MCP altitude. No. Don't worry about that. Now FF, it's actually gone off the screen here, so I can't really tell, but I wonder if the plane wouldn't mind coming just down to 3,000. It wouldn't mind. Cool. I still have the wheels out and everything. I've got a lot of drag happening, but it is what it is. That should be enough, but I just want a little bit more. I want to get to the final fix. You just turn a couple of degrees. There we go. Awesome. Relax, guys. I'm a professional. Professional at getting it wrong. Yeah, I think as well, I think the problem may be that I didn't arm the glide slope frequency or the localizer frequency early enough. I was a bit late on that one. I was. You see, when you're not streaming, you're not talking, and so you don't get kind of distracted by anything, you know what I mean? So I'm putting it down to that. So as we make this turn, the moment we come off the turn and go straight again, I'll be arming the approach mode and hoping that we get a green GS up on here, and that's everything. You can see here, this looks, I don't know, maybe that's just a false reading because of whatever reasons. We'll make it. We'll make it. I think it was just pilot error there. I think that's what it was. I just didn't arm everything ready for the approach soon enough. If you are watching this and you think differently, leave a comment and let me know what you think it was. I think it was that, but there you go. Alright, so we're just coming up parallel now with the final fix, which puts us 11 nautical miles away from the runway. So let's turn the heading to 232. And that should put us on course, more or less, with the runway. I'm doing this manually as opposing to engaging the, to let the autopilot handle it. I'm just going to do this bit manually. Because the final fix is there, but it's not here. And you see the heading there for the runway is 232. That's why I programmed that in. So we are at speed 146. So I'm now going to go down to flaps 25. Again, it's probably a little bit too soon. And we're going to hit approach mode and LNAV. Now, if the plane starts to drop below 3,000, there you go. Come on. It's not going to do it yet. It's a bit too soon. Once it drops below 3,000, then we've got it. So there's the glide slope waiting to be armed. No, it's not waiting to be armed, Rusty. It is armed. It's waiting to be engaged. Once that goes green up here, then we're good. So the plane's going to have to make a little left turn here to get back onto the runway. Okay. We're underneath the VNAV path, but that's okay. Come on, you need to start dropping. If it doesn't, then I can't really explain it. I shouldn't need both autopilots. I'm going to put them on anyway. You can auto land with a single. See, the second one doesn't come on. got plenty of time yet. There's the runway. It needs to think about descending. But it's not capturing any glide slope. So did I actually do anything wrong? Why is it not capturing the glide slope? 109.5. ILS frequency 109.5. I don't know. It looks like it's not going to go down. It's not capturing the glide slope or the localizer or whatever the frig you want to call it. They're two different things. I could bring it in manually now, but I am deliberately choosing not to do that. I'm going to abort this flight then, I think. I just want to see if it's going to pick up the glide slope. Now, I don't think so because the angle's all wrong. It has to be. So I think this flight's going to be aborted. Yeah, I don't know. Don't worry, that's just a stall warning. And now the plane's going into, oh no, I have to save myself mode. Yeah, it's weird. Not gonna lie, that is absolutely weird. None of these are gonna get turned off, are they? So, this is extremely bizarre, guys. I am correct on everything. So, if I go to if the plane crashes now, it crashes. But if you see here, this is our runway that we're coming in on course 232. And you can see here that the ILS is 109.5. The pisser of this is that, as I said, I did this flight this morning, actually quite early on. And it was perfect. Like I couldn't have asked for a better. I couldn't have asked for a better flight if I tried. You know, it was absolutely amazing. So we're just going to run. What now? Why can't you just do what the frig I'm telling you, man? Just do what I tell you. Right, I want you to head there. I want you to hold there. Is that too difficult? Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. I can't disarm this for some reason. Oh shit. We had the spoilers like... I don't think that's makes a fuck of a difference. But we did have the spoilers all the way armed. Not armed, but they were actually all on. Would that stop it? You know, I've got to go in all the forums and Discord servers and things and ask, if you accidentally have the speed brake up to maximum, will it prevent a plane from landing itself? Or collecting the glide slope? There's nothing to see at the moment, guys, to be honest. It's just cockpit. It's just cockpit. It was just this lever that it was... Let's see if I can demonstrate this. The lever was fully like that with drag on. Where normally you just go to arm it like this. You just arm it like that for landing. We've got a plane heading right towards us. There he is. And there's another one. I was about to mention before the whole thing messed up that there was a flight I saw today. Somebody did at night time, landed at night, and out the side window you could see the Pleiades stars. And then apparently, according to the guy, obviously more of an expert than I am, oh, is that it? Is that the Big Dipper? 1, 2, 3, 4, that one. Isn't there meant to be another one for the handle? Okay, I'm going to turn that off. I don't want him interrupting me. Yeah, isn't there meant to be another star for the handle? Is that the Big Dipper? But apparently, yeah, the Pleiades were there. So even in the sim, the stars are all in the right place. So yeah, I didn't even think about that, but yeah. Can you guys see that on the stream? The stars here? Yeah. What are we going to do, guys? Apart from run out of fuel. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. My confusion, if you want to call it that, might as well, is why it didn't pick the glide slope up. Did it say, no, I'm not going to do that because you've got drag on with the spoilers? I've never heard of such a thing, but what the hell do I know? You know, I'm no pilot. I'm not like these other guys who YouTube with this software, who are real world pilots and can just be professional and get everything right every time. I can't do that. What you see is what you get with me, and that's just the way it is. So, what can we do here? I'm going into some strange territory now. I don't even know whether this is possible. Okay. Vector 357. Seriously? Okay. No, it says Vector 052. Okay, 357. Whatever you say, buddy. I don't mind bringing the plane down to, you know, whatever the hell, in order to land it myself. You know, I don't mind doing that. So we have to vector there. Vector Meldrew. But then we're going to have to engage 3,500 again. I've got no flaps on. See again, I am gonna unlist the stream when it's over, because I am refusing to put failed flights public on my channel. I'm not going to do any more of those. So if during a live stream there's a issue like this, then it's not going to be listed, because I don't want to waste people's time. I hope I'm not wasting you guys' time. But it would have been nice to have landed in Manchester, and we may still land at Manchester, you know. But yeah, it's not going to happen. I was 100% expecting a perfect flight today, because, like, why the hell wouldn't I? Why is it saying 052 for CF23R? That couldn't be more wrong. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take over here. I'm going to move Final Fix up to the top here. And now I'm going to have the plane take over. So LNAV, VNAV, 3,500. And I'm going to force you to do that. Okay, I can't. Yeah, okay. So no VNAV. So by the time we get to Phoenix, oh, I didn't go far enough. Okay. Where's the button on my wheel? I want to see if this works. Yeah, cool. We might be coming in a little bit hot.
Sync rate. Sync rate. Sync rate. Bank angle.
There's a plane on the runway. Ask me if I care. No, I don't.
Sync rate.
Approaching minimums.
Continue.
Minimums.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
Don't worry. I got this. One way or the other, this plane was going to come down today.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Knots, release reverse thrust. Actually, we'll do it with GSX so that it doesn't whinge later. It always takes 2 clicks to bring the menu up. I've never understood that. Oh, I don't give a frig. Welcome to Manchester with Rusty Airlines. We'll always get you there. Two minutes. Okay, I'm just going to sit on the bloody runway then. I don't know, I think it's a left-hand turn-off here, but I can't be 100% sure. Last time it was a right-hand turn-off. Right, Tony, just what just what the stream title says, really. Just flight from Gatwick to Manchester, only the plane didn't want to pick up a glide slope. It's kind of tempting me to fly back to Gatwick. No passengers, just do the flight. Actually, if I'm going to file a flight plan with Simbrief, I'm probably going to have to put some passengers and cargo in. But I may choose to do one back the other way. Just to satisfy my need to have a flight that works. Because ever since I flew the Airbus A310, I've not been able to land an airliner. Even if it's like in a plane I've never done it with before. You know? Nope, said that wrong. Even if it's in a plane that I've done it with before, like so many times, the amount of times I've landed a 737 in flight sim, it's a lot. And now I can't do it. I just don't know how or why, but I just can't do it now. Where the hell do you think you're going? I don't know. I don't know if it's an air marshal or not, Tony, to be honest. No idea. Why are we on standard air pressure? Because we went back up over the transition altitude, that's why. If I don't do the return flight, I fancy doing a second flight. You guys are up for that. But in a place where it's daytime. So, wherever that is, I don't care. Unbelievable though, you know, the amount of flights that I've actually done with this plane, and on the descent I've never had issues. And now this plane, well, it's only done it once to be fair, where it had the same issue as the A310 had, where it was just deciding, no, I'm not going to land. You want lowest, you want, let me think what it was now. You want lower altitude and higher speed. No, fuck. Which one was it now? Right, I had a demand on the altitude and the speed, and the plane went the opposite way. I wanted a lower altitude, it went higher. I had a speed programmed into here, and the plane was instead going lower. It wasn't, the auto thrust wasn't applying, it wasn't, the logic wasn't there. It wasn't telling itself, hey, I need to apply some more thrust in order to keep myself from stalling. It wasn't. It was just allowing its speed to drop all the time. And I've never had that. I had it 3 times in the A310 because of, I guess, lack of knowledge. But when I got back to the old 737, which has never had that issue, you can understand that I was never expecting to have that issue. And it did. And that really threw me. And now I just don't have the confidence to fly a plane that I've had no problem with before. So either it's something with the new update, or I'm getting something wrong that I never got wrong before. Why didn't it pick up the glide slope or the localizer? I call it glide slope because it's GS that comes up on here, and that's what's sticking in my head. So I don't want anyone saying it's not the glide slope, it's the localizer. Yeah, I know. But I don't know. It picks up localizer first, and then the glide slope. But no, wasn't even interested. I need to learn how to fly this plane again, or at least descend. All the weather information was put in. The decision altitudes, everything was put in correctly. ILS frequency, all good. Still not enough. You basically just, as you come down, you just start, you know, deploying the flaps as and when necessary, and the autopilot pretty much takes care of the whole thing for you, up until you decide to switch it off at the end. I don't know. If it's a bug, you see, look, it's not a bug, right? Because I did this exact flight this morning, the same one, taking off from the same runway, landing at the same runway. Okay, it was the exact same flight. Picked up the glide slope, and it came right down and landed perfectly. And that flight this morning, the fact that it went so well, was the instigator, the reason why this stream is happening right now. Because I thought, oh cool, I finally got my mojo back. Let's go do a flight. And I thought, why not do a flight that you know is going to work, and it's a short one? And that's why we're here doing this one. It didn't do it. Hey, maybe Manchester switch off the localizer after 7 p.m. Who knows? Who knows what's happened? Maybe everyone's gone home. I don't get it. It might have had something to do with the speed brake. The only way to find that out is to fly it again. Do the whole thing again. Where the hell are we going? Very frustrating. It's no wonder people don't watch my flight sim streams. I don't blame them. There's nothing to learn, because I'm always getting it wrong. Maybe I should try my Airbus again. I'll probably mess that one up now, and then I'll have to go back to flying Cessnas. What is happening? It could be a me thing. It's probably me. Maybe I'm just having a mental, I don't know. You know, forgetting things. I do have a habit of forgetting things. But Jesus, not when you double check stuff all the time. Christ, not again. Why is the jetway what is the thing with jetways going through aeroplanes at the moment? Well, GSX, I hope you can handle this. Oh, of course, you have to put the generators on. See, I forget things. Doesn't make a difference at the moment. So we can take that off. See, it's okay remembering to put the APU on, but you have to remember that when the APU is ready to go, you can't turn the engines off until you turn the APU generators on. You should know that one, Rusty. So, let's get these frightened people who are all going to sue me to the airline.
The boarding requested.
Yeah, good luck with this one. Holy shit. I guess GSX isn't compatible with Manchester either. Because it's going to open this door. Next time I'm going to... If I don't have a profile for GSX, I'm just going to request taxi to parking instead of the gates. And that way we'll have to use stairs. Because this is an absolute just mess. Hey Falcons, thank you man.
Boarding started.
You use my streams as tutorials? Oh, well. Once I get to the descent part, switch it off. Because that bit, I doesn't look like I can handle that anymore. Wow. Okay, so that didn't go too well. I've never seen a jetway do this before, ever. And now, I've seen it do it twice in the same day. I did look for GSX profiles for both airports before I streamed. I couldn't find any. At least, but to be fair, I only checked on flightsim.to, so yeah, it might be somewhere else. I'm just trying to think. I have no clue where Pleiades is at the moment. I'm not in the right menu there, am I? No. Maybe that's why you have to have 2 clicks, because it gives you the ability to. It's like an "Are you sure?" You know, "Are you sure?" And then it doesn't pop up until you click it twice. So like, I wouldn't even know where to look. I know it's a clump of 7 stars, but man, I don't even know which direction it's in. I could probably use my iPhone to get a, you know, a basic idea. Maybe it depends where in the world you are. But I'm sure that guy was in Europe when we saw it. Or if not America, certainly in the correct hemisphere. But I don't know. It's up there. The constellations are in place. Okay, I'm not going to sit through this crap because there's no point. The flight was a complete bomb. So, you guys want to hang around? I'm going to file a new flight. I want something around 45 minutes, at most an hour. What the hell just happened? My stream ended? No? Am I still here, guys? Because, oh yeah, okay, no, it's okay, okay. It's just YouTube just flashed up a page that made it look like the stream had ended. Sorry. Don't freak me out, YouTube. All right, so where are we going? Somewhere where it's got daytime stuff. Okay, I'm having problems here, guys. I can't rotate the Earth. I think my Xbox controller is on the way out because it's freaking out. I'm going to disable it. Nope. What the hell? Is this a brand new bug now? Okay, we have to go back. Back. Well, holy shoot. Okay, we can zoom. Reset? There's no. Normally it's just a mouse drag. Just going to check that my right mouse button is working, and it is. Left mouse button is. I thought it was my Xbox controller. Freaking out. Okay, let's try the throttle. I doubt it's going to be the joystick, but you never know. Okay, this is going to be a pain in the ass to do, but I'm going to have to exit Flight Sim. Calming. It's weird that, because like I'm the least calm person here then. You should have a black screen on your side now, guys. I'm not actually in Flight Sim. I am relaunching it though. So it looks like the traffic injector also quit, which that would make sense because it normally would do that. Traffic injector would quit with Flight Sim. That's normal. It looks like it's still running. Okay, so what's happening is I have an icon in my taskbar called Flight Simulator.exe, but I don't have it as a. You can't maximize it. Now that sound you might have heard is saying the game is already running, but I can't maximize it. Insulting people in chat. Yeah, I'll probably insult myself. I take it out on myself. All right, so for the second time today, and did I do a fresh reboot today? Sure, maybe not. It says Flight Simulator not responding. Something's not right here, guys. Maybe I need a reboot. Maybe I'm just low on memory or something like that, and I need a reboot. Anyone recommend a good memory flusher? I've got 39%. I don't want to manually do it. I want a utility to do it. I did download one on my laptop. I don't want all of this. Go into Windows, Task Manager, blah, blah, blah. I just want memory. flusher. Download. You have to put download in, otherwise you don't get programs, get told of other things. Memory cleaner, 2.72. I'll do. Free download, go for it. 890 kilobytes. Ah, yes, lovely. Lovely small little programs that, small little, that's a good one. Yeah, small little programs that just get the job done. Would you like to install it? No, of course not. Question. Okay, so right, it says it's removed something. So memory cleaner is still running. Good. Thanks for reminding me to quit it. All right. Back in Flight Sim then. Yeah, I don't know what the hell, man. What the hell's going on? Why can't I land planes anymore? This is twice now. This is a Frontier Developments thing you'd expect. You know, games not quitting properly, and you have to quit them in Task Manager. That's Elite Dangerous that usually does that. It's not Flight Sim. I've never had Flight Sim do that. There's been a couple of updates since the 40th anniversary one, mainly updating the Airbus A310, but there have been small updates that have come out where there's been no patch notes, so who knows what the hell has changed. No idea. Oh my god, does it really take this long? Seriously, man? Oh god. I wonder if I can fly a small plane, a Cessna 172. I wonder if I'm capable. I haven't even... Last time I tried to put the visual thermals on and the... I don't know, CFD computation, whatever the hell it is. I couldn't get it to work. I couldn't get the visuals to work. It wasn't happening for me. This takes a little while. I think these lines, they're not scratches on the glass. I think these are the thermals. These are the visual thermals. That just doesn't mean anything to me. I know that gliders have to catch thermals and stuff like that, but I don't know the exact definition of what that is. And if I was to look for one using these lines, I wouldn't know what I was looking for. No clue. Yeah, I just fly and hope it stays in the air. Maybe I should start doing that when we get to top of descent. I should just turn the autopilot off. Well, no, not off. You leave it on, but instead of using LNAV and VNAV, you switch those off, and then you control the speeds and altitudes. And what's the other thing? The heading. You control those three things manually yourself throughout the whole descent phase. I'd probably have more success doing that than relying on an autopilot. The PMDG have said that the 40th anniversary edition broke something on the PMDG. It was, can't remember what it was to do with, but they said that it only breaks it in the beta version. So if you're not running a beta, which I'm not, then it shouldn't affect you. So it is true that updates of flight sim can break functions in aeroplanes, but I don't think there's a real issue with autopilots. Can you move? Oh my Christ. I know why. It must be default mouse. But why would it be that? Why would it be that? Can it be? It would explain it. If mouse is on default, nope. Nope. It's on Rusty's mouse, which is exactly where it should be. I did actually disable something with the right mouse button. Or I did. But does the Earth count as an external camera? Okay, I need to go to all. Oh, I disabled 2. I had 6 bindings using the right mouse button. And what was happening, guys, is I was in the cockpit of the plane. Oh. Got a sub? It'll come up in a second. I was in the cockpit of, I don't know what it was, a Boeing or an Airbus. It really doesn't matter. And I was looking out the window, and then I wanted to use the right mouse button to alter my view to look down at the flight computer. And as I did that, the camera went downwards as well, as if I was lowering my seat, which it's not supposed to do. And I thought, why is it doing this? That's weird. And then I noticed it was on default mouse, so I thought, oh, it must be that. So I switched it from default over to Rusty's mouse, and then I went back in, and it did the same thing again. And I thought, it's never done this before. I've just been able to free look around, and it's not been, it's never done anything strange. There you go. What did we get? Lanti Ajeti for subscribing. Thank you, Lanti. Appreciate that. I don't normally get subs on Flight Sim streams. Thank you, mate. Appreciate the support. By God, I need some today. Yeah, so cut a long story short, it turned out to be my Xbox controller that was doing it. And it's never done that before. So that's why I'm saying my Xbox controller might be on its way out. And so, but until I realized it was the Xbox controller, I went and I said, okay, what other assignments have I got set to the right mouse button? And it was showing me 6 things. And so I removed that down to only a couple of things. If I do it now it's just this, but I had 6 things here, guys. And I think one of the things I've taken off here is to do with that world map rotation. So, until I find out what that binding is called, I can safely say I'm screwed. So, menu, could be that, could be MISC. Holy crumbs. So, we're not talking about zooming in and zooming out. Grab the world map. Oh, please let it just be that. Yeah, I know it mixes with that. It doesn't matter. Apply. Oh. Jesus. Right. Yes, this feels right. It's the right button. Airstrip to airstrip. That's no good for an airliner. Oh, Jesus. No. Why? My muscle memory went straight to the left mouse button. Does that mean it's normally the left button to move the globe? I think it must be. I'll have to switch it to the left. But for now, Adelaide to Melbourne. What's that? Set as departure. Set as arrival. An hour and 13. That's a long time to find out you're about to screw up again. Yeah, I can't handle this, guys. It's not right. Right, so control options. Right, we're on the mouse. We search by input and we put in right button. Okay, I'm going to change this to left button. Go. Okay, that feels a bit more natural. Right, Mount Beauty Airport, 2,700 feet. That's not enough to land a 737 on, I don't believe. So Canberra, departure, 55 minutes. That's airtime. So Canberra to Melbourne or vice versa. Oh.
Thank you, Gain Damage, for your kind £1.72 super chat.
Ah, cheers, GD. Thanks, my man. Appreciate it. Oh, Bramley House going to bed. Okay. Have a good evening, sir. Thanks for being here, man. Does anyone have any websites that I can download add-ons for MSFS? Yes, I will put the link in the description for you. 1 second. There's payware there, but a lot of freeware. This is one of the main ones, flightsim.to, Lanty. Lots of stuff there. That's pretty much the main site, to be fair. Yeah, thank you, Gain Damage. It helps. Yeah. Ooh.
Thank you, Gain Damage, for your kind €2 super chat.
See, done it as another currency. Weird. Okay, we do have the livery for this. I'll stick to the little 600 plane. So I don't mind whether we do Canberra to Melbourne or Melbourne to Canberra. Which is which? Melbourne's up the top, isn't it? Canberra's up the top, Melbourne's at the bottom. See, I couldn't guess which way an elevator was going if I had 2 guesses. Okay, so we need sim brief. Because now I've got to do this from from scratch. So, yeah, that's not going to work for me. All right, here we go then. So, brand new flight, and we are flying. What the hell? Okay. So we're flying on Virgin, and we're 2627. We're departing from Canberra, and we are going to Melbourne. I will not be using GSX on this one. I'm just going to go straight out. Airframe will be Boeing blah, that one. 737-600 with the twin. Oh, you know what? I didn't actually check whether my plane is configured for two seat classes. I think it is by default, but I'll check it anyway. Okay, departure runway. So I better get a new piece of paper ready and a pen, because we need to note down. Well, first I need to note down the two airports. So it's YSCB and YMML. On YSCB, we're taking off from runway 35 and we're landing at runway 16 in Melbourne. right? So we know we need that. So we write that down. Oh, schedule flight time 125. Jesus, flick. Not ideal. Generate. All right. If the flight plan isn't ideal for me, I'm just going to forget it. Now, again, it's put us right up here at 40,000 feet. This is a sim brief thing that it does. For shorter flights, it does give you some hellish high cruising speeds. Now, you can change that. But if you do, and I am going to change it, if you do, when you file the flight plan, you will not have planned step climbs. So I'm going to select flight level 32,000. Now you see planned step climbs has gone off. I don't know whether that interferes with anything. I don't think so. So we're going to generate the flight again. What? No, I clicked edit flight, surely. I push down one hurdle, it puts up another one. Okay, passengers. I don't know. I'm going to select my own now. 90 passengers. Freight, I don't care. You decide. No, no freight. Just whatever cargo goes with those people. Go. Oh, the 737 is from PMDG, Lanty. You have to go to PMDG's website. It's not free though. But there are. This is the 600 plane, by the way, not the 800. But you can buy all three. Okay, so 736. What we have, cruising altitude of 320. So what else do we need to note down? Fuel, 4759. I'm going to go with 48. So fuel. Actually, I need to put it on a different line. So fuel. I'm going to go with 4.8 tons. Don't need to note down these yet, not for this plane. So we'll come down here. Cost index is 41. Flight level will be, or cruising altitude will be 32. What else do we need to note down, guys, from here? Well, we've got the routing here. No, we don't. Nope. Unless, have you just changed the... Did you just change the runways? Hey? I'm sure it said we were doing runway 35 to runway 16. Did you just change that? Yeah, you have. You've changed it to runway 17. What gives you the right? Okay, so runway 17 to runway 16. Fair enough. Right, other things that we need. We keep going down. Amount of passengers. So I'm going to write that down here. So pax is 90. The cargo is 2.2. That's all I need from there. And then we're going to come down to the winds. So top of climb, this will be our thing, our top of climbs. So the winds there are 237 for 91. And then on the way down, we can, you could put 310 in, but there's not much point. So I'm going to go 200, 150, 100. And on the 200 we have 226 77, 221 for 61, and finally 214 for 34. Okay, what am I missing now? Transition altitudes. Right, well, we'll get those ILS frequencies, decision altitudes, all that comes from Navigraph. So we'll get those, and then we've got everything we need for the flight. So bear with me, and I'll switch over to Navigraph. Navigraph. All right, so we have departure airport of YSCB, and we want to go to taxi and airport info. Now we're leaving from runway 17 now. Okay, so as you can see, this puts us southerly, and then we're going to have to go up this way, I guess. So the course for the runway out is 168 degrees, and for this one, unlike the Airbus, we don't need to note down the length of the runway. At least I haven't seen anywhere on the Boeing where you have to fit that in. That's all I need for here, and then I'm going to use one of the SIDs here. Now the one on the flight plan, our SID going out on the route is, let me just scroll up to it, Tanta 2. So is it here? There it is, Tanta 2. Oops. Okay, so let's go straight into the chart. So transition altitude up here tells you is 10,000 feet. So trans is 10,000 feet. So I'm going to use from this. I mean, if you want to get detailed into, you know, Tanta, and when you put the flight plan into the plane and you see all the waypoints, they should match up with whatever's written here. So if you want to go do that, by all means, be my guest. So in terms of the departure, I've got all the information I need. So it's a little slightly different story for the approach. Anybody left? Yeah. Right. So here's Melbourne. So again, first thing, we're going to go into the airport info, if I can find it. Not in the briefing. Airport and airport info. Perfect. Okay, so we are landing on runway 16, which has exactly 160 degrees. This is our inbound course, which we're going to need to tell the plane. Now we have an elevation here, but I'm not going to take it. We can see this is 432 feet above sea level. Yeah, that should tell us that on the one of the approach pages. So I don't really need anything else from here. Again, runway length is plenty long enough to put this plane down on. So not worry about caution, runway incursion hotspot, right here. Oh yeah, of course, because it's a taxiway. Anyway, oh, there's Menzies cargo, so they do have one. Right, so our star is, according to this, it's going to be, where's the route? Lizzie 18A. Lizzie 18A. Do we have a Lizzie 18A? We do. Or is it 18 or 8? Oh, Lizzie 8A, runway 16. Next it'll tell us we don't have an ILS at this airport, and then I'll just go nuts. I'm looking for transition. I got it. There it is. Transition altitude, 11,000 feet. Wow, that's high. It varies from country to country. In the US, it's 18,000 feet for the whole of the US. There's no differences at all anywhere. Right, approach. We're coming in on runway 16. ILS-Z will be perfect. Cat 2, Cat 3. This is great for... Cat 3 is a full auto landing. Cat 2, Cat 3 suits me right down to the ground. There's got localizer and ILS there, but this one Will suit me nice. Okay, so we get a lot of information from here. First thing, ILS. Right here, along with its Morse code, beep, 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 is a 109.7. Very important to pick up the localizer, stroke, glide slope, stroke, whatever you want. Inbound course, as we know, is 160 coming in. And when we file the flight plan, it should add OCML and that to the thing. So keep an eye out for OCML in the flight plan when we file it. It's certainly not on the SimBrief flight plan, but it should put it in automatically. Wait a minute. Transition altitude 10,000 here. Oh, transition level. Sorry. Transition altitude 10,000. Sorry. Slight mistake there. Okay, so if we're going to do a Cat 2 ILS landing, our decision altitude is 5. Decision altitude is 532. Okay, what's the elevation of the runway? Well, it says 432 right there. I like to go down here, and you've got the same thing. So the runway is 432, the ground. You have to tell the plane that as well. And this is our 5-degree descent. Nice. So 3,000 for Belter, and then as you get to OCML, you pick up the glide slope here, I guess, at 2240. Yeah, so you've got your decision altitudes here for Cat 3, Cat 2. I'm quite happy to go with the Cat 2s at the moment. You see, if you're doing a Cat 3, which is a full auto land, so the plane's doing everything, so that you're kind of taking human error out of it, then you are allowed a slightly lower decision altitude to pull out. I don't know, I guess it's because maybe they think it's less likely that that the plane's gonna make a mistake. Not in my experience, it's got to be me. I'm making all the mistakes here. All right, so there we go. That's all the information I think that we need. We've got the flap speed information that's built into the plane. Top of climb is done. Transition altitudes are in. Passenger information is in. The only thing we don't know is the gate number, because we're not there yet. All right, that's everything. That's all you need. Dead easy, isn't it, guys? Easy. It's easy. Right. So, Canberra, which is YSCB. Which way around is it? This one. All right. So we're going to need to pick a decent spot. I want a medium gate, so I'm going to just pick one. We could do a parking, actually. Let's have a look at a parking. What about that? See, we're taking off. This we can cancel, Melbourne. We don't need that. So, is there any parkings around here? Like that? Oh, that's a gate. We don't want that. Yeah, a medium. We're taking off runway 17. Well, she was just. So that's this one. See, because with no jetways here, it's going to force GSX to put stairs on. It's a long way for the passengers to come, but they do get. What happens is they get the bus basically, and you will visually see that. Yeah, in it, like, isn't it? It should not be used as the last word of a sentence that's like when it doesn't make sense. Like, you know, I went down to the shops today, in it. People say those things, but it makes no sense whatsoever. Let's try here, ramp 8. The thing is, when the plane is asking you what gate, Well, you can't, can you? Because this isn't a gate. Well, it is, but it's 8. Is there another 8? Like a parking 8 and a gate, like a ramp 8 or a parking 8? I don't think so. So yeah, 8. Let's go with 8. Just to be different. So all we need is the departure airport and the gate or the parking area. That's it. You don't put in, on that map there with the globe, you don't put in your destination at all. It won't do it. The Boeing will not even look at that. I also have an updated 747, guys, like you're seeing on the screen right now from Fly-by-Wire. Maybe we'll take that up one day. That'll be an interesting flight. Heathrow to JFK in the 747. Maybe one day. Alright, so there is no jetway, and so we have stairs. But these are PMDG's stairs. We don't want PMDG stairs right now. So stop staring. And so I'm just going to hold menu down. And we're going to get rid of the stairs and close the door. So, what do we want? Aircraft? Nope. Why did you go there? You know it's not that. Go back to the menu. FS actions, ground services, and ground power we already have. I have the plane set up so that we have ground power set up from the outset. So I want to release the stairs. And then I want to go to the doors. It should close. Yeah, it is. Okay. So as soon as that goes away, we're going to have a cold, dark plane just sitting here with ground power available. Awesome. Let's see if GSX can handle all of this then. Look at Australia. It's beautiful. I want to go there and not come back. Right. Okay. I would. If somebody said, here's a house in Australia and here's a job, I'd do it. I go. I'm sure I would. Right, anyway, let's quickly do this. So, get that on. Get the emergency lights on. Hydraulics up and ground power selected. Alright, next thing, navigation on. Select heading, STS. That's fine. Alright, so what do we know? Not much at this stage. No, we do have all the information that we need to feed into the plane. Pretty sure. I think there's more to do up here though, guys. So I'm going to put this fuel pump on now. I'm going to put the flaps in the up position, the yaw damper on. That might flick off when we switch over to the APU. I don't know. I'm going to have to just double check that and make sure. So what we do know is that we're going to be flying up at 32,000 feet. So we'll put that in. This, again, this is all to control the cabin pressure. Otherwise we'll asphyxiate the passengers. The landing altitude, if you remember, for the runway was 432 feet. So the closest we can get to that is 450 really, because 432 clear, but I'm going to go 400 this time. I'm going to drop it down a bit. Maybe it'll help the plane bang its wheels on the ground. I don't mind. So seatbelts can go to auto already, so that it's ready for when the passengers get on board. Right. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? We've got ground power on. Blah 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 blah. Diddly diddly dee. I'm gonna put the wheel lights on. I'm gonna put the wing lights on, whether I need to or not. They're going on. Cool. Right. Initial setup. Let's go. Plane saying, "Where am I?" That's what that means. So into the FMC. Current air rack cycle is in position. We have YSCB. You see, I was able to remember it just by doing that. YSCB. That's where we're at. And the gate number is 8. So, does that match up with what the GPS is saying? Not really. It doesn't. It's a little bit out. So I think what I'm going to do is, instead of using my gate number to tell the GPS where I am, I'm going to use the number that the GPS thinks we're at. I'm going to pop that one into the buffer, put that one down there. Now you see that's correct. Alright. Onto the route then. Oh, I didn't save the flight plan, guys. Okay, let me just go back to SimBrief and save the flight plan as a file. Right, so we just scroll down the SimBrief flight plan until we get to PMDG flight plan. Download and save. It's already got the correct directory open. So now I can go to YSCB to Melbourne, which is YMML. Put that in, and if it's worked, we should have activate. Yes. Okay, flight number is Virgin Flight 2627. Runway 17 to take off. And now you see it's popped the runway on there in relation to where we are. So we can click activate and execute. Awesome. Ouch. Southeast Asia? Yeah. I would pick Australia or New Zealand. Definitely. New Zealand is just like, it's just beautiful. Okay. Next, performance initialization. Are we ready for this? Yeah, we are. So, cruising altitude is 320. The cruising and the wind, so the top of climb wind was can't even read my own writing here, 237 at 009. Okay, transition altitude, we know it was 10. You can write 10,000 or F level or FL 100, you can do that, or FL 010 you can write. So, cost index, I wrote down as 41. Reserves, I tend to just put a ton. Zero fuel weight, the plane already knows. No, it doesn't. That's not the correct number, because I'm not doing things in the right order. Let's go back here. And we need to sort out fuel. So, fuel is 4,800 kilograms. Let's just wipe that out. Don't know if my heart's in this one, to be honest. I'll be honest with you guys, if this one fails, I don't know what I'm going to do. Right, payload. We have got 90 passengers. So 8 go in first class, which means 82 will go into the economy class. And the fact that with these two are displayed shows that we must have a plane set up with a twin class seating arrangement. So we have cargo of 2.2 tons. So I'm going to split that up with 1,100 in the front and 1,100 in the back. More or less. Why not? Okay, that gives us our proper aeroplane weights once we get 90 people and their cargo on board. Okay, now we can go back to the performance. And now if I do the zero fuel weight, what you see? Completely different number. You got to get it right, guys. You got to get it right. So everything here is entered incorrectly. I should have paused there, shouldn't I? Is entered in correctly. Not entered incorrectly. That's two different things. Right, so there's the performance page done. Passengers and cargo is weights are sorted, performance is sorted. Right, let's go to the index. We've done the position, we've done the performance. Takeoff, flaps, 5. CG, I don't know, you tell me, 22.3. You have to do these after you've done all the weights. Trim 517. Okie dokie. Are we learning here today? Are we learning here today, guys? I need to. 517. I'm just trying to make sure I don't do anything wrong. $517. Just what you asked me for. Okay. So we'll start getting the passengers on board now as I do the other preparations. Runway 17. Yep, you know that. You probably could have put the... I don't know, it says remain. Runway remain. I don't know. I would guess you could put the length of the runway here, but I've never bothered. There's plenty enough for the plane to do its thing. Approach we don't need to worry about yet. So, let's feed in things like ILS data. So 109.7 is the frequency when we get there. So we'll put it on standby, 109.7. The decision altitude is 532. Do we file it now? No, but we can, I suppose. So 532. Diggy 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 diggy. Almost. There, 532. And the other thing, we already put that in, right? Yeah. This was 432, but I just put it at 400. So that's there. Okay. I think that's kind of everything that we need information-wise. Just now a question of getting the flight plan sorted. And yeah. But what we'll do in the meantime, come on. Request boarding.
Boarding requested.
Virgin Australia, Star Aviation or Swissport, which is weird. Let's go Virgin Australia. So what it should start doing now is it'll bring some stairs, and the passengers will have to be bussed in. So I don't know, I think the bus can hold 90 passengers. I think that's its actual limit, to be honest. And so it might only require one bus trip. If the bus can't fit all the passengers in, it'll go back and it'll go away, and there'll be a second bus arriving. So enjoy the boarding process, guys.
Do you want a board crew?
And this is what sickens me, is doing all of this for it to just mess up at the end of the flight. You know what I mean? Kills me. Yeah, it's a different culture out there though, gain damage, you know. All different cultures. Okay, so the doors are not opening. I guess I should do that. So I'm going to do that. Yeah. There should be a bus coming. Oh, this one is the... yeah, passengers won't come yet. This is the bus for the pilot and the crew. I think the crew come in the same bus as the captain and the first officer. I actually don't know. Yeah, Virgin Australia, and the plane is Virgin Australia. Couldn't get any better than that, could you guys? Yeah. Ice cream man! Ice cream man! Oh, there's gonna be a collision. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Are you coming? Okay. I don't see anybody on board. Maybe they'll pop in. I don't know. But the captain and first officer at least should be on board this bus. If not, then the crew as well. But I did request for both, so it should be for both.
Pilot's boarding starting.
Oh, he's got a little suitcase this time. There's the first officer. Okay, so we won't question who already set the plane up. You should really do this first and then switch the plane from cold and dark and then start firing it up. But because it doesn't work that way, because now the crew are going to come and now the passengers are going to come all in one go. Okay, so at least the pilots are on board.
Boarding starting.
And now the crew. Are they going to come out of the same ice cream van, or is there going to be another vehicle for them? Oh, please tell me this isn't my cargo. These guys are waiting here. Is this? These are the bags for the crew passengers. Oh, there they are. There's our lovelies. Hello, girls. There we go. Cool. Right. So passengers will be coming as well now. So let's get into the menu and go to departures, which is taking off runway 17 via, to get my route again. Boop, 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 boop. Right, my route is
Your crew passenger's bus is coming.
Tanta 2. So runway 17, Tanta 2, go. Takeoff speeds deleted. Okay, I'll put them in again then. Okay, route. That's not correct. So, arrival at runway ILS Z16 via Lizzie 8A. Good. Done. So, okay, so the baggage has arrived. There doesn't seem to be any baggage on this. Oh, there they are. The cases have popped in. So, there's meant to be a bus coming now. Oh, here it is. There's going to be a collision. There's going to be a bus crash, guys. No. Oh. They missed. Okay, so the guy at the back, he's already started. Come on, dude, get with the bags, man. You're late for a very important date. There we go. Good lads. Don't get sucked into an engine. Right, where's the bus? Here it comes. I don't know whether this holds 90 people, but if it doesn't, like I said, we will see a second bus. They look like kind of futuristic shuttles, don't they? Whoa, this thing is packed. Oh, it looks it. Get on board, people, get on board. There you go. So, baggage and passengers loading. It doesn't add to the weight of the airplane as they get on board, though. That doesn't work that way. It's not that smart. And take a screenshot of that. Looks kind of cool, doesn't it? Because you've got everything going on. Look at this. Hey, hand luggage. Did you get that checked? Yeah, some people bring in hand luggage on board, some people not. Just a casual day over to Melbourne for some of them. Alright, so while they're going, the next thing is to check the flight plan, make sure there's no discontinuities and that in there. Also, we need to set the air pressure, but we'll do that in a second. So, flight plan then, let's step through it and make sure everything is good.
Hello.
Decel point there. Okay, all looks good. I just want to go back a second. So at Rummy we've got flight level 32.0, and then if we step down through that, you see this is an issue. We're going to go to 32,000 feet. 40 nautical miles later, after Naba, it's already time to start descending again. It's ridiculous. TCAS off. Yeah, well, that's, by the way, in case you're wondering what TCAS stands for, it's tea, coffee, and sandwiches. Okay? I'll put it on. That's another thing we could have done, guys, is the catering. We could have had the catering truck come in and put the sandwiches on board and everything, and the fuel truck. But we don't want to go too crazy now, do we? Right, so the flight plan to me looks good. I'm just going to step through to page 3. So there is runway 16, and as we step down, so there's Belter and Okmel. Remember that on Navigraph? So Belter, Okmel, and then straight in. That looks smooth. So Belter is 5 nautical miles out. So as we come along here, we've got some flaps out already. By the time we hit Belter and do the turn, actually, we probably better do it before that. We'll be putting the landing gear down before the turn, make the final turn, fingers crossed, capture the glide slope and land. So, what is the current air pressure in wherever we are? Canberra. 1007. And I don't need any other information from this already because I've already fed it in. But 10, I don't think you put in the current winds here. Maybe 260 for 14 knots. I don't know. Anyway, 1007. So we need to flick over the units and go to 1007. Whoops, too far. There we go. So it says 1880. That's the altitude that we're at.
Passengers bus is coming.
Oh, you see another bus. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, guys. We need another bus. So yeah, we're currently at altimeter showing 1880. I'm just going to check that out. So that bus is going away. So there'll be, there it is. There it is. Second bus coming. I don't know how many passengers we got on board with that. 83% baggage. Yeah, I don't know how many passengers got on board, but nevertheless, yeah, so let's flick over to here. And now I've got to find that window. There it is. And if we go to where we are, which is YSCB, and go to taxi and go to airport info. No, actually go to approach. Go to approach. And as if we're going to land on the runway we're taking off from. So let's go VOR. It's not going to make a difference, surely. And you can see the runway is in fact 1,874 feet. The difference in the 6 feet could be just the distance from up from where the sensor is on the plane. I don't know. But yeah, we actually are quite high at this airport. So the plane is correct. Yeah, more or less. So we've got more passengers to load. How about giving the passengers fuel to drink? I don't want to poison my passengers. Right, so we've got the barrow in. We've got flight directors can go on. Auto throttle. And we've definitely got the ILS. Definitely got the ILS. Definitely got the ILS in. TCAS is on. Okay. So, I think we can get started with the APU now. Is that it? Everybody on? Cool. Thank you. Red bus. We had a red bus and a green bus. Excellent. I certainly do appreciate that. So, the APU is powering up. Here she goes. And that means we now don't need anybody else. So, from ground services, we can now remove the chocks. Actually, let me do it a bit more gracefully than that. We have to wait for the APU. There we go. Otherwise, it would have just gone haywire. So, ground power now off. And I don't know whether you need to flick the ground power switch, but nevertheless. So we can now remove the chocks, which will, that's just GSX conflicting, get it? It's because we're not using GSX's ground power and everything, I think. But to be fair, it is correct, the handbrake should be on. I should have it set by now. So yeah, it is correct. It just nags me. Right. Back up here then. Just do the remaining flows. We've got the APU on now. So that's on. We're going to put the window heat on. I don't think we'll need any anti-ice today. I don't think so. APU bleed on. Once the engines are started, we'll get the packs on. This is correct. Anti-collision light needs to go on now. Taxi lights on. Runway turn-offs, I'm not going to bother with those because I can't be bothered. And there are lights up here for no reason. Everything down. Yeah, good. Okay, I'm good. I don't even think we need pushback, do we? Where are you going to push me back to? Really? I've got plenty of space. I actually don't know how to get to runway 17 from here, but I'll work it out. I can work it out. I can do it by just pressing the V key. And then just moving around. I think this is that 17? Oh, that's not zooming in either. Awesome. Another mouse issue. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Alright, no problem. That is runway 17, by the way. So we just carry on straight ahead. We're just gonna follow. We're gonna head towards. Oh, there should be a taxiway. Yeah, I guess this line here. We follow that down, and then when we get to the end, we just turn right and go all the way up. And then the runway is at the top there, and we do have a headwind. Cool. Right. What else do I need to set? Well, transition altitude, outbound heading is 168. So what should happen now is, as we set this, you should see the line here line up with the runway. Let me see if we can do that. You see that purple dashed line? As I set it to 168, it should line up pretty much with the runway. There we go. And that's the course heading that the plane's going to take out. Now, climb. Nope. Nope. Where do I need to be? Index. Takeoff. So we're using flaps 5, CG of 22. That's the same. Okay, let's plug in our V speeds, which I should have done on this when I was at this page before. V2 is 125. Get that in. At least, guys, if we if I mess this up again, at least I've gone through the procedures, so anybody who wants to... Yeah, you see, now you're just taking the P. Why can't I cancel this? Come on now. This is because of this stupid... The toga used to be you had to hit the screw. Now you can touch anywhere here and it initializes full power on the plane. This is wrong. PMDG, please, just put it onto the screw there. We don't need all of this. Look, toga, if I touch that, because I'm touching this panel to touch and drag with the mouse. Anyway, never mind, whatever. Speed brake is armed. Okay, it doesn't need to be. So, right. Okay, everything is in here accurately. Again, we don't get a nice thing out. We've got to go to 3,200 initially. Maybe that should be my initial, to prevent VNav from kicking off. Maybe this. Actually, though, I fly it manually, don't I? Really. So perhaps, unless I engage autopilot immediately after I take off, which I don't normally do. I'll just have to remember to keep it under 3,200 until we get past here. It's only for the first 1.5 miles, so I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue, really. Bearing in mind I've got a 1880 head start. Okay, enough yap. Speed brake armed. Why? Stop arming my speed brake. Leave it alone. It's not. No, it's not armed now. Why are you saying armed? It's not. Now it is. Now it isn't. Now it is. No, it isn't. I don't know. Beats the hell out of me. Simon! Simon, become a member? Are you not already in my my members list? Now Rick, I know, is a member, but I'm going to give him a shout out anyway. Simon and Rick, thank you for your continued support. I know you guys are already members, but yeah, thank you. I don't know why it pops up that thing, but yeah, cheers guys. Alright, I think we're ready to yeah, we're burning fuel off here, so we need to get going. Alright, what else? Auto throttle on. I've got buttons flashing up here, guys, for reasons I don't know. I have no idea what's going on here with this. The auto throttle won't arm. Okay. I don't like this, guys. Oh. Yeah, it said that it deleted the V-speeds, didn't it? But then we've put them back in again. Alright. Well, let's get the engines fired, and then we'll see what happens after that. So, because things are not right on the Western Front here. I don't know why. Something ain't right. It might be something to do with the performance figures here, but I'll double check it. The computer doesn't like something. The autopilot's just not having a fun time at the moment. I don't know if it's anything to do with the throttles. Right now I can't move. Okay, now I've got throttles back. There we go. But it must have been that the reversers were on, which is why we're getting the speed brake armed. Okay, cool. So now that should flick on. Yeah, baby. It was because of that toga. Yeah, I should have realized that the levers were upward, so the engine reversers were on. Right, so that click we heard was this switch going back into the off position. So good engine start there. I'm going to fire both up from right here. Elevator trim is set. I'm double checking everything. Not that it matters, there's a little flap up at the end. Alright, so with both engines fired, once we have a good engine start on this one, once it starts to get really good going, 16 degrees, yeah, once these yellows go out, so oil pressure is out, and then the valve, the starter valve open light should go out. And we might hear a click at the same time, I think. I don't know, does it time it with that? Let's hear for the click. Listen for it. There we go. And there you go. So now we can switch power of the plane to the engines. And that turns the gen bus off. So now APU can go off. So packs now can go into the auto position. Valve is in auto. Lead is on, I'll leave that on. No more orange lights. I can't see any. And that's how you start up a Boeing 737. Oh my god. Okay. I just want to be double sure that when we did the performance, the takeoff, I did adjust the V-speed, 125, I did. So the heading is correct, the altitude is matching the transition altitude, and the speed matches the V2 speed. The course is for inbound, so we'll put that in later on. And yeah, all good. Right, so I want the flight plan on this side and whatever else on that side, I don't care what. We're actually going to go up into the climb phase now, so no, I know why. Yes, invalid entry, go away. There we go. Alright. Are we ready? Parking brake is off. And I need to go up to 17, so I need to do a little left turn here. So, flaps 5 we've agreed is going to be our takeoff flaps. So let's set those. See, this bit I can get through. I don't think I'm missing anything vital out. The caution light's gone out because the engines are up and running. I'm pretty sure every piece of information that this plane needs is in. Did we put the wind information in? Because if not, I'll add it later. I can't remember whether we did, but I can add it during the flight. That's not a problem. I won't get much time during the cruise because it's not giving us much time. By the time we reach 32, but you can imagine, guys, if we'd followed SimBrief's idea of going to 40,000 feet, we would have had to come down, like, if not immediately, it would have been too late to descend, you know, because the descent to get down to meet those waypoints after that would have probably made the descent too steep, you know what I mean? Yeah. So we venture to the top here and we do a U-turn onto runway 17 and we're good. We just have to make sure that we do not exceed 3,200 for the first 1.5 miles, and then we are free to go. We are going a little bit quick now, if I'm honest. Alright, so brakes to RTO, and fuel flow reset we can do at the threshold of the runway. And we normally, if you're a proper pilot and everything, you would start the clock timer, so you know like how long you've been in the air. I don't know which button it is to do that, but I don't know. It's something. Okay, so we're going to go straight past here, the runway holding point or whatever it's called, and we're just going to get straight onto runway 17. I haven't injected any traffic into this flight, so that's why you're not seeing any other planes. Okay, so flaps confirmed, set at 5. Fuel flow has now been reset, so the amount of fuel used now goes back to 0, and that's our fuel flow. Again, everything looks correct. Engines are good. Brakes on. I'm ready. I'm pretty sure I'm ready. The only thing I need to hit now before we take off is LNAV and VNAV, and if I've entered everything on the... Oops. Okay, it doesn't want any of those. That's not good news. It could be because of this, I don't know. When we get past here, I'll put it on and hope that they both light up, because if they don't, it's going to be a little bit of a trouble. Normally at least one of them will come on. Maybe it doesn't like this. I mean, it's right there. Do we have to make 3,000? Yeah, we have to be at 3,200 feet by the time we hit that. I don't know, guys. The heading is 168 out, but it's 179 over to Bridgie. So I think I'm going to feed that in, because I'm going to do the 168 bit manually. I'm going to feed the 179 as the heading. Really, you don't want to come on at all? Nothing? Oh boy. Well, you know that ain't right. You're making me question things now. Nope. I'm good with that. The performance page is good. Okay. Well, let's see what happens. Maybe it will mess up. Okay. Parking brake. Off. I'm going to do this one a little bit different. Full power, release the brakes and go. Right, we need to climb like... we need to climb. Check.
V1.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear is up. Heading to 178, I think it was. $2,700, 3,000, 3,200. Okay, we did it. We're supposed to be at 3,200, so I kind of messed up a little bit there. Went a bit over. Okay, so now that we're past that, if I put, will you come on now? Thank you. And now autopilot, you can take over. Flaps are retracted, wheels are in. All good. Yeah, I think it just didn't. LNAV VNAV wasn't interested because it didn't want to handle that first leg, I think, and so I had to do that. We're on our way. Beautiful Australia. Yes. Climb, my friend, climb. About 10 degrees. Yeah, ish. Basically, when you go up, you just need to be following this flight director here, this purple cross. I wasn't really doing that. I just knew that I had to go to 179, and so I just manually moved the plane across until that said 179. Yeah, basically just that. Okay, so we can enjoy the view. Are they power lines down there? Yep, got power lines. That is an add-on that I have that might be doing that. I do have an add-on that puts power lines and solar panels and wind turbines and stuff in certain places that should have them. Alright, so we're hit 10,000. I'm going to start climbing like now, because we're not going to be at 32,000 for very long. So I should have maybe plugged in something a little bit lower. So Bidgie, you could end with farewell on that, couldn't you? I bid you farewell. So yeah, by the time we get to Rumi, we need to be at flight level 32,000. I'm hoping this plane's going to ascend. VNAV is still on, so it should ascend up on its own. No, don't go down. Okay, there she goes. So I'm going to put standard pressure. Is she going to go? Is she going to make the turn first and then start going up? You don't have a whole lot of time here, so you've got... Actually, you do have a whole lot of time, to be fair. Are you planning on making flight level 19? Yeah, because that, as you can see, that's dropping. So again, I've commanded 32, it's not doing it yet. But none of these, as you can see, are constraints. So I'm going to have to tell the plane, hey, get it done. We've got 13 plus 19 plus 47 miles to get up to 32. I'm just telling the plane, just do it now. Don't give me any of your lip. And yes, gain damage. Flight sim is just incredible. I tell you what, I haven't tested out. I do have cameras now for this plane. Do they work? Okay, that does. So we should have some over the wings jobs. There's a nose one. Well, that's not quite right. I haven't got tinted windows, and that's a really bad position. I can fix that. Why are the windows so dark? The hell? And they need a clean, big time. These need adjusting. This is something I downloaded, but I think these need adjusting. I'm going to just see if Okay, there's a seat in that. No, they actually are this dark. What the hell? Got tinted windows on these things? With my first time looking at the cabin of the 600, which is the same as the 7, just a little bit shorter. I didn't realize that the windows were all tinted. Are they all like this? Oh Christ, those winds are a little bit, aren't they? Yeah. Yep. Oof. We better get back in here, see what's going on. Yeah, it's a little bit windy, guys. It's flapping those flappers. Oh man. Yeah, so because there's no constraints, I don't know, is that why the plane wasn't ascending? See, these are flight levels, but these are estimated ones. So the cruising altitude ones won't change, but you'll see that these ones will change depending on where the plane's at. So once we hit cruise, we can switch it back over onto VNAV. Basically, we're controlling the ascent now, not the plane. When the plane's controlling ascent and descent, it's VNAV. When we're doing it, well, we set it here. Altitude, altitude hold, vertical speed, level changes, whatever. So, we just keep waiting. We're going to hit 32,000. This thing's got us up here, man. This is quick. How's the equipment? I think it's using the same equipment as it. Yeah, everything seems to be correct. The only thing is, when you've got the heads-up display, you can't put the shades on the front windscreen because they don't come round because of the shade won't go any further because of the projector being in the way, you know. Anything we can take off here? Taxi light, that can go off. Anti-ice, I'm pretty sure that's not required. What is the temperature on the plane anyway? -7. That's not bad for 24,000 feet. So off we go to Melbourne. There's a nice body of water. Yeah, you'll find Melbourne, I think Australia is like, a lot of Spain is kind of like this, where the ground is more like a brownish color, you know. But Australia's got that red soil, hasn't it, a lot. But I think, I don't know, I think I've noticed that more over on the west side of Australia. I don't know, maybe if you're from Australia you can tell me, but I know on the west side where I think it's Perth and all those on the west coast, I think it's the soil is very reddish. So how do we look this clock? You've got your time, your date, your set, your reset. Which is your start one? Chrono? Okay, I guess. So it's just logging our flight time, I guess. We don't need the auto brakes on now. We will switch them into an auto brake mode when we get down. It's a long runway coming in, plenty for this plane, so we'll only use auto brakes 1 to come in on. Fuel flow, I don't know how this is measured. 2 tons per hour? I don't know. That would give us 2 hours, just under 2 hours, and the flight's 1.5 hours. So that works, but that doesn't mean that I'm right here. This might be kilos per second. I don't know. I really don't. I'm gonna guess it's tons per hour though. because the maths works there. Hi Chris, you're watching from Australia. In your dreams. Okay. Well, that's close enough. I'm going to have to look for a mod now that cleans the windows up of the Boeing. You don't get that on the 737-700. So this HUD is good for descent. Because when you're descending, you've got those PAPI lights that tell you whether you're too high, too low, and you know where where on the runway you want those wheels to hit the ground. Right? It's just after that threshold, that zebra crossing thing, and you just want to just touch them down on those white blocks. Well, this is your 5-degree descent mark. So if that 5-degree descent, if you line that up with exactly where you want to touch down the runway and just keep it there, you know, so that your actual line, your reticle is in line with it, your descent is going to be spot on and you'll land in the right place, assuming you're coming down manual. We've got ILS information here as well. That's good. So we have actually already hit 32,000 feet. Wow. So we can stay up here now we're going to save some good fuel here then. So now that we're there, we should be able to just pop this in. Yeah, go on. And now it should do the appropriate speeds and whatnot. It should take the information off here, basically. So this Max 775 is probably somewhere up near this 280, I suppose. So now the plane is autopiloting itself, everything. Lateral and vertical and throttles, all done automatically. Nice. So we can enjoy the view, guys, as we watch this Virgin thrusting its way through the skies. I love the Boeing engine shape, that it flattens at the bottom. I just love this shape. Stay with me now, aircraft. Stay with me. And look at all the sensors and the pitot tubes, I guess, and just sensors everywhere around the aircraft. Like these two. There's a lot of them. Look, even up here. One of these is an angle of attack sensor as well. So when you're pitching down or up, it shows you it senses the angle. There's your anti-collision or beacon light. Yeah, lots of sensors now. Look at them all. Like it's like a little porcupine. And these little things up here. Getting into the engine's buffeting zone here. There's another one at the back. I think on the 800, because it's so long, and if you pitch up on takeoff, there is a risk of tail strike. You kind of hit the back of this. It's probably got a plate or something so that the body doesn't get damaged so much if it gets hit. I would imagine it has something at least. Yeah, so all of this, and inside the jet is N2. Your engine's N2 firing up, and your fans are N1. So when you see those firing up on engine start, that's what that is. I bet now I'll get back in the plane and it's going to be, all the lights and sounds are going to go off, wow, wow, wow. So there's a nice little place. Yeah, just a little house there. That'd be nice. I'll live there. I'll live there and I won't bother anybody, I promise. Providing they have internet. Decent bandwidth, guys. This is happening. People are choosing where to live based on the internet availability. Oh, the bandwidth is crap, we can't live there. Tell me that's not happening. It has to be. Let's get the overhead light on, just a little bit of extra light here. So 235 heading, is that correct? 223. But this is magnetic. So is one an actual heading and one a magnetic heading? I've got so many questions. So fuel flow now, as you can see, it's not 2 anymore, it's down to 1.1. It's using a shed load less fuel now by being up here, because it doesn't have to push itself so hard with less air. Cool, isn't it? So we're literally saving fuel. Your car does the same thing, by the way. If you go up, you live in the Highlands, or if you live high above sea level somewhere, your car will have a better miles per gallon than somebody in the exact same car, or you in the exact same car in a place where you're at sea level. Admittedly, the differences are going to be extremely tiny. They are, but it's the same principle. Where the air is less, you don't need as much throttle to achieve the same speed, so you save fuel. Isn't science wonderful? Give me the pollution for just a year. Why would you want pollution? No, thanks. Go to Beijing. Do they still have that in Beijing? I used to see that it was always, people used to wear masks there the whole time. This is way before COVID, because it was just, the city was just polluted the whole time. There is some glide effect going on which adds to the fuel. Oh yeah, I mean there's that as well. You know, you got your wings giving you some nice lift, and I don't know, all that stuff. But yeah, in terms of the fuel saving and the air resistance, yeah, that's all I was getting at. But I don't know about the glide effect. There's less air for it to glide on though. But there's less drag, isn't there? So maybe one squares off with the other. Oh, I used to know what this was. RNP and ANP. I looked this up a while ago, months ago. And I used to know what it was, and I can't remember. Let's have a quick look. Okay. Aha, that's what it was. Okay, RNP. Hold on, I'm just going to make the screen bigger. So, RNP is a numerical value of 2 that refers to the level of performance required for a specific published procedure. If the procedure has an RNP 10, then the onboard navigation equipment must be able to calculate its position to within 10 nautical miles. If the procedure has an RNP of 0.3, then the equipment must be able to calculate its position to 0.3 nautical miles. So the requirement here is 2, and I'm pretty sure that our equipment can calculate our position to within 2 nautical miles. ANP is what the plane is actually doing. So the requirement is 2, we're doing 0.07, so we're well within the required spec, would that be right? ANP is the actual level of performance being experienced in real time. Does this change on altitude as well? I would imagine so, right? The onboard navigation equipment estimates the quality of the reception and determines how reliable it thinks its own position is. If the estimate of reliability is high, then the ANP is lower. An ANP value of 0.6, we've got 0.06, indicates that the navigation equipment is confident of its own actual position to within 6 nautical miles. Well, we are 0.05. So we've got like, we are half of, it's confident to within half a nautical mile. No. Not even that, half. 100th, wait a minute. Yeah, 600ths of a nautical mile. That is some accuracy right there. Essentially, this means that if the equipment puts a point on the map where it thinks it is, there is a circle around that point with a 0.6 nautical mile radius, and the aircraft is somewhere within that circle. So 0.06 or 7. Wow. So if this was a 1, it would say, I am within 1 nautical mile of where I think I am. So then you go to 0.07, now it's 7/10ths of a mile, but we are 700ths of a nautical mile. That's not too bad, is it? If you split a nautical mile up into 100 segments, and you collected the first 7, that's the distance with which the plane's accuracy is operating at right now. Is that 135 meters? That's not bad. But up here, I wonder if it gets more accurate closer to the ground then. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah. See, I did look it up a long time ago, but I'd totally forgotten what it was. Right, I'm just going to make sure that I put in the descent forecast. And I didn't. Let's get it done. We can fill this in right now. So I'm going to go to my app on my phone, Avia Weather, and I'm going to add YMML, Melbourne. Thank you. Okay, so the transition level coming into Melbourne, I already know, is 100. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's 10,000. It's different. Oh, geez. Okay. Flight level. Yeah, it is. It is flight level 100. Yeah. No, I am right. Sorry. Brain's not working. Alright, current temperature in Melbourne. 11 degrees. Current air pressure in Melbourne. 1015. And that can be put up here. Okay. Altitudes. Sim brief. Hello. Sim brief. There we go. So, sim brief. Let me just get these in, guys, and then I'll get back to the chat. So, descent. So, we are currently 32,000. So, again, I'm just going to put in what's happening here. So, first thing we want is 20,000 feet. Then 115,000. God, my brain in these numbers. And then 10,000 feet. See, it is 10,000, but you feed in 100, and then you call it 10. You know what I mean? There's 3 separate things going on here. Driving me crazy. 226 for 77. Which is the one for 20,000 feet. 150,000 is 22161. I never used to feed this in before, but you know, once you've learned so much, then you can start delving into other details. This is how I got to this. 034. Put that there. Okay, cool. Add that. Hello, Gunny89. How are you, sir? You got that from unit chefs if you need to convert unit chef. Okay. Cheers, Andy. Yeah, it's good to have I think I've got a converter app on my phone, but I really should use one. Because there's some planes that will only accept fuel loads and whatnot in pounds. So if you're, yeah, you can have SimBrief convert everything to pounds or calculate everything in pounds. You can do that. But if you have the figures in kilos, then it's handy to convert to pounds to be able to put the things in. Yeah. Alright, so there's the descent forecasts. Now, in terms of the approach, I mean, we're not even anywhere near that yet, but I just want to see. So, again, I think I'll go with a flaps 30 landing. We've probably got enough runway to land with flaps 15. We'll only be landing at, or should be landing at 8 knots more. So I'm going to make a decision to do a flaps 30 landing. So I'm going to say I want that one, and this will be the one I choose. So now the plane knows that this is our VREF speed for landing. So it's got that information. And there is the length of the runway we're coming in on, YMML 16. It's 12,000 feet of runway. It's going to be a long one, and I think it's, yeah, you could get a 747 down on that thing, right? That's long. 3.5 kilometers, 3.6 kilometers long. It's sizable. Yeah, indeed. Right, we've got 20 nautical miles, and then we'll be coming up to top of descent. Pound to kilo conversion is excellent. Yeah, I knew it as 2.2, but it's always nice to get it more accurate, especially when you're dealing with fuel. There was I think I've mentioned before, but there was an incident with where they filled in the fuel request sheet on this flight, and they'd filled it in pounds instead of kilos or something, and it got mixed up, and so the plane had half the amount of fuel that it should have had, and then, yeah, disaster. And that's just simply down to just bad thing. Where's all my concentric circles? I know I get them here, so that means we're about 15 nautical miles. Oh, 14.7, didn't even see that, but yeah, away from here, because that's 10, that's 20, so we're around 15. So yeah, in about 15 nautical miles we'll hit top of descent, and the plane will start coming down. So the next constraint is this one, 9,000. That's what I'm setting on here. It doesn't matter about the rest. The ones in between, there are no rules about where you need to be, right? So you'll find that these numbers will vary and change. Right now that says 215, 145. If I start diving down really fast, these are going to change. They're going to drop quickly. If I don't dive down enough, these will go up. This will stay the same because it's commanded of us. We have to be at 9,000 or below. I like to be a little bit under that, actually. And then the next one is the 6,000. So what you can do is just go to the last constraint, 3,000, knowing that the plane, the VNAV, will obey that one, and that one, and that one. So let's do that. Let's go all the way down to the very last constraint, 3000. Both still lit up, everything good. So now it'll just descend and it'll stop at 9000 at that point, or wherever it's comfortable, as long as it's below 9000. It might even go a little bit under, and it might even drop a bit under at 6000 here. But it'll stop at 3000 here, by which time, when we drop a little bit further, do we have to drop to 2240 to pick up the glide slope? Didn't it say something about that? We can probably pick up the localizer from here, and then the plane will start dropping. And once it hits 2240, then it might pick up the glide slope and then land. Ha! Ha! I don't know if what I'm saying is right, but it makes sense to me. The localizer gets picked up first. And on Navigraph it said that glide slope at 2240, wasn't it? Or 2200, something like that. So that could be OCML. It picks up the localizer, starts the descent. Descent has begun. Starts the descent, and when it hits OCML, it'll pick up the glide slope and bring itself in. I guess. Mathematics are horrible. Listen, without them, we would be screwed. We wouldn't have anything. You wouldn't even have a washing machine. There's something wrong with these. It's all collecting it as in a square here. Weird. Look at this scenery though. My thing has always been when to deploy the flaps. At what point do you deploy the flaps? You do it on distance, you do it on altitude, you do it on speed. I mean here it's denoted by speed. So I'm just going to do it that way. As you can see, I started this screen was set to climb mode, wasn't it? But now it's gone past the cruise phase and it's switched itself into the descent phase. Can we go back to cruise? We can, but there's nothing in there anymore. Well, we're dropping like a stone, guys. All the way down to 3000, obeying the constraints on the way down. So I'm hoping that the plane will put the plane in approach mode at 3000 and it should start descending, and when it hits 2240, I believe that's when it's going to hit the glide slope. Where did I see it though? Let me just see if I can bring this up. So, right, little plane, listen to me. Don't mess this up. I'm going to go off screen a second. Alright. So, we have the approach coming in on ILS Cat 3 runway here. So, here. So, when did it mention about the glide slope? Right, there you go. Oh, GS. But it's here as well. Yeah, OCML 2240, just like the flight plan says. So we could pick up the glide slope here. 3000 is our last constraint, remember? Then we come in, we go past Belter. What is this line? IMS. At what point are we expected to pick up the localizer? At 3000 feet, it should be plenty enough to pick it up. And then it'll come down, and then it seems maybe by 2880 it'll already pick up the glide slope and come in, and then the autopilot will come down on this slope. The glide slope is 3 degrees. Okay. Alright. Now this is TCH, I'm guessing touchdown, 50 feet. 50 feet what? Into the runway? Like from this is this black mark, is that 50 feet? I don't know. I don't know. I need to find out. I've got so many questions. I don't know what to do with them all. I actually need a real world pilot to just be sat next to me and tell me all this stuff as I'm flying. Please tell me Belter's not the next waypoint. Jesus. Don't frighten me like that, man. Right, we're just under the VNAV path. That's good. So the descent is good. Plane still handling everything nicely. Bit bouncy weather, but it's okay. It wasn't too long of a flight, really, then. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are now preparing for descent. Please put all your valuables and stuff back in your bags and put the peanuts away. I've yet to go through a flight where there's like some decent turbulence, you know, and we've had to go up here and put the seatbelt signs on. I haven't done that yet. Okay, so on the descent then, we want auto brakes on. We've got the decision altitude set. The altitude elevation is set. Altitude elevation? Ah, rusty. Landing elevation is set here. ILS frequency, we can switch that over right the hell now. Bit early, but it's not going to matter. As long as there's nothing else chirping at 109.7 in this area, and there shouldn't be, then we're fine. And even if there is, it won't be a localizer or a glide slope. So we should be good to go. Right, our inbound course into YMML, as we said, is exactly 160 degrees. That's the inbound course for the runway. Right, course set. Auto brakes set super early. It doesn't matter. This only comes into play when we hit the ground. I mean, touch the ground. Speed brakes will be armed as and when. Not doing that now because that obviously affects the air. Us flying through the air here. And we have the ILS frequency plugged in. TCAS is pointless because there's no other planes in the sky. I didn't put any in. I could inject some right now. Shall we? We can inject some planes. I'll put them in. We're probably not going to see anything here, at least until the airport, but it's going in now. So when we get to Melbourne, you might see some actual aircraft. Right, what else do we need to do? I think that's it, right? Making the turn now onto Horus, where we need to be 9,000 or below. It looks like we're well on track for that. Actually, we're not. We're a little bit above, but it may come back to us after the turn. It looks like it is. Come on. It's nice if we're just a little bit at or below the diamond. Do you need some drag? I could add some drag just to help it catch up, but no, it's doing it. It's doing it. Yeah. So we're just slightly below now. Perfect. And there's the RNP AMP again, but obviously denoting something else. I think this must be for vertical positioning. It's expecting, or it's recommended to have at least 400 feet, I guess. So the plane thinks it's 400 feet. Sorry, where the plane thinks it is, it's within 400 feet of reality. Our plane is actually saying, well, I think I'm here, altitude-wise, and it's actually within 105 feet of reality. So we're well inside that as well. So once we get to 10,000 feet, we need to put in the air pressure. which is Melbourne 1015. We'll get that ready when we get under 10,000. Then we'll get the lights on. Ugh. There's the runway, look. We have to make this 90-degree turn and then over into the runway. I've got it all planned, guys, all planned. I don't know what these two dots are. Help. Okay, now it seems to be leveling off a little bit, but it's just calculating it, so I'm hoping it's doing it right. As long as VNAV path green is green and it doesn't change the speed, then we're good. The moment this drops under 10, I am switching. Even more accurate now. Now, at 10,000 or below, you cannot be going quicker than 250. So you better get your sugar sorted out. Arm. What have you armed? Speed brakes? I don't know what you armed. Okay, it's under the speed because 240 is the requirement. So now we're just dipping under. That's good enough for me. So we'll come off standard and go to 1015, which is what it is in Melbourne. There we go. 1015, and that just corrects the altitude. Okay, so now that we're under 10,000, let's get the lights on and seatbelts on, and everybody brace for impact. So our next constraint after Aorus will be NEFA 6,000 or below, which is here, and then we need to be at 3,000 here, 2,240 for Okmel, and then we're landing. So how did I mess up last time? I think, well, I know I didn't do the frequency quick enough. So that's one thing. The course is set. VNAV and LNAV are happy. The heading is largely being ignored because LNAV is doing its business. We're certainly not on a heading of 179. I wonder if I could put the heading to 160. It won't do anything because LNAV's taking care of it. But just to have the heading and course at the same, I don't think it makes a damn bit of difference really. I think once you hit approach, it looks at this number here. You could, if you wanted, set it on both sides. Again, I don't think it makes any difference. But if you were to engage both autopilots, maybe. I don't know. Like I say, I have millions of questions. I need to find somebody who's an actual Boeing pilot. Come round, sit next to me here, and just answer all my questions. And I'll tell you, one day with that, and I'm good. I'll pick things up quickly. Right, so 250 knots or below, we can engage flaps 5. So I think I'm going to engage at least a couple of flaps. I'm going to go to flaps 5 right now. That'll help the plane slow down a little. So I've engaged flaps to 5. So this is our maximum for the flaps, as you can see. For the flap setting, we can't go beyond that marker, which is around the 250, which is pretty much what it says down here. Next flaps will be 15 at 185, so the moment we get below 185, I'll set flaps 15. And when I'm about 5 miles away from the runway, we'll drop the gear down. Actually, no, forget what I just said. 5 miles out is the minimum amount of distance from the runway you should be by the time you drop the gear. Because this plane wants the gear down before you engage. I'm going to flaps 10 now. Before you engage flaps 15, right? So yeah, I guess, yeah, we should be able to slow down nice and easy. So when we make this turn here, I'll go we're on flaps 10, I'll go to flaps 15. We're still on the VNAV path, we're still a bit above, but I think it's coming about, here. On the turn it tends to mess up a little. This range is way too much. Okay, so it needs to be 3000 or above by belter. What a belter. So what we can do, we can bring this down to 2.2, right? And it won't do it. It'll stay at 3000 because it has to. And then once it goes past that, it'll start descending, we'll pick up the glide slope and everybody will be happy. We are a bit slow though. So, let's have a look at distances. So the runway is 5.6, so that's 11.7. Okay, so 15.9, so about 16 miles away. So I'm happy to stay at 10 flaps for now. Speed is fairly slow. Because a belter, we should be at 185. We're at 151, so for 185 flaps, yeah, 15. Yeah, we're at 10, so we're on flaps 10, so we can be up to at least 210 knots. But the plane has decided that 10 is here. So to make 185, yeah, how do I obey that 185? Do I put the flaps back up to 1? Do I put them all the way up so that it can obey that? Do I not put any flaps out at all until we make the final turn? I don't know. It'll still manage it, guys. It's just that we're going slower. This is saying you must be at 185. No faster, no slower. So why isn't the auto throttle taking care of that? I guess what I could do is put 185 here manually, you know. Please don't stall when you make this turn. Okay, now the speed is dropping, but the altitude is dropping. There we go. And we should be lining up with the runway. So there's the purple line which indicates the course and the heading. Well, the purple line indicates the heading actually. Okay, and that lines us up perfectly. We need to start. It still says we're on VNAV path, but
2500.
yeah, it makes sense. 2500, and yet we're at 37. Okay, what am I missing here, guys? Wheels down. Flaps 15. So we are 8-9 nautical miles away. So I'll be going to, once we get past Ockmel, I'll go to flaps 25, which is the next one. I need you to descend plane. Come on. How do you know when it's captured the ILS? How do you know that? Okay, I'm going to risk approach mode right now. Yes, glide slope. It's got it. All we need now are these diamonds. Bang is smack bang in the middle, and that's it. The plane will bring itself in. There's the runway. We are really slow. Yeah, I maybe got a little bit too cautious with the flaps, bringing them out a little bit too soon. But the auto throttle will keep the plane in the air. We're good. Okay. Speed brake armed. Because we've gone past this S here, which is the slats. Auto brakes are on. Approach mode is not anymore. Is that good? Should the approach mode stay on the whole time? Or did the approach mode cancel because it's on the glide slope? Is that supposed to go out? It's not got anything to do with my speed brake arming, has it? It looks like we're still coming down just fine. It's as long as these two diamonds are in the middle, especially this one, we are good. Distance marker, is that? Is that a distance marker? I don't know.
1,000.
Okay, preparing for flaps 25 now. And I've told the plane that we're landing at flaps 30, so we will do that. Flaps 30 engaged. Now come on throttle, you might need to have a little bit more oomph here. And the landing speed should be this, ref. I could take over now. You've said 1,000, but this doesn't concur. Slightly below. There we go. Slightly above, sorry. I could probably bring it in right now. So I'm going to try it with this. You see that 5 degree line? Don't worry about that, it's an annoying thing. If I try to find the button that cancels that noise, I won't be able to land the plane. So I'm not going to bother about it.
Sync rate. Pull up. Sync rate.
I think we're a little bit to the side. It's probably down to me looking for that stupid button.
Sync rate.
Minimums.
Continue.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Reverse thrusters. Once we get down to 70, reverse thrusters can come off. Okay, so to cancel the noise, it's on the yoke, but I have the yoke all the way down there. If I'd gone down to try and find the button and reach it, by the time I looked back up again, we wouldn't have landed correctly. So I would rather land correctly and put up with the noise, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Alright, so it picked up the glide slope and we managed it. Why it didn't do it going into Manchester, I have no idea. So, a couple of things now. Let's just stand here. Okay, so let's go to gate. I don't know which is the nearest ones. I wish it would tell me. What the frig's the matter with you? Gate C. No. Now you've got to do the whole process again. Let's try 8 gate D. D5. We'll request the car. And while the car's coming, we'll put the APU on. And remember that before killing the engines, we want to put the gens on. Hello, Strider. Strider Fin 77. Hello. Emoji man. Ladies and gentlemen, I could have had that playing. Welcome to Melbourne. Yeah, I could have had all that playing, but I have to get my confidence back before I do all the bells and whistles. Oh, it's there. Okay. I know. Dude. I know. What? Talk to me. What are you saying? Takeoff config. I'm not going for takeoff. Just shut up. Brakes are off. Speed brake is off. Let it whinge. God, like an old nag. Oh, and there's the... was that it? That was the... I mean, we didn't start the clock straight away, so 49 minutes. Like, where do you even... There you go. So what were we, maybe 55 minutes? 45 minutes on the clock there, but I think it was a bit more. Hey, Speedy Joe, get back here. So I could then keep this stream public and then just chapter point it to say failed landing or whatever, skip to next chapter, and then it's up to people whether they want to watch the first bit or not. Oh, it's a whinger, isn't it? The Airbus doesn't complain this much because all the computers take care of everything. Well, 2 flights, eh? See, usually this car turns into where the parking is, and it's not supposed to do that. It's supposed to flash a light, like an indicator light, left or right, to tell me turn off at this taxiway to get into your parking. And it should do that instead of putting me in the actual parking. So I think APU is on now. It is. I'm not going to switch over to it though, because that would not be good. Oh, I don't know. I can switch on the APU generator. Would it kill the engines? Which taxiway did you just go on? I have no idea. Okay. I don't know where it's taking me. I think it's this parking here. What is it? D5. That's the one. Well, hell damn and blast it. We've got actual glass jetways. Is that it? You saying stop there? You're flapping your... You'll take off in a minute, pal. Where's the line? There's no lines? I can't see. No, but the jetway should be able to reach there. And we've got glass, so we should be able to see people getting off. Okay. Oh, you want me to go that way? Seriously? What do you think this is? A shopping trolley? What do you want me to do? It says please cut engines. Yes, I will. Okay, so APU generator can go on. Engines off. And now the APU powers everything here. That wasn't a very good... But fuck off. I don't care. It was good enough for me, buddy. All right. Hey, stop whinging. It's not you, it's the damn plane. Right, now we need the passengers to get out. So please, bags, people, everybody leave. See, I don't understand what this is. The 24.1 is what? And then 5.9. It was going, the number went up and then down again. I don't know. Maybe reading the manual would help. Christ on a cracker. Right. What we doing? Getting rid of that because it blocks the view. Right, we're deboarding. So we're going to go clickety click. And before we deboard, can I please, I have to do this before because otherwise there's too much clutter. I would like the GPU, please. So we can have some ground power. Because if we deboard, you're going to have the baggage people here, the baggage people here, everyone's getting off the plane on that side, and then the ground power truck's got no room to get through here. So I'm going to call it first. Here it comes. Diggy 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 dig ding. Oh, you're going to do some nice little reversing, are you? Oakley dokley. And then once he's got it into place, this should light up. The ground power light should come on once it's in place. There we go. External power is not available. Well, what are you talking about? Why? Can't leave it there, mate. You're in the way of the baggage area. Ah. Well, if it's not available, come and take the damn thing away. It's no good to me, just park there, mate. Should I go backwards a little bit? I'm gonna go back. Obviously can't do it, you know, the legitimate way. So if you bear with me, I'm gonna do it a different way. Are you ready? Back, back. The cones haven't moved with me, but his ground power. Dear. Okay, let's see if we can ask them to move it. This is a joke. And that jetway is nicely lined up. We're a little bit off with the wheels there, so if I can just jink it over. Just about there, right? That would do it. Yes, take this thing away, please. Yeah, I'm sure last time I called ground power it worked. I mean, you know when the fuel truck comes as well, it's actually got a display on the side that shows you how much fuel you're putting in. And when I say how much, I mean money. It shows you the dollars going up on the side there. Alright, let's get the passengers and baggages off. So,
The boarding requested.
and don't say you can't do that either. So as for ground power, well, it's not really a problem, because thanks to the magic of PMDG. Oh, maybe it didn't do it because I didn't have the chocks on. Well, I'll be dipped. Get off my plane, you heathens. There's no point putting stairs at the back. I don't know why they do that. There's not a single passenger coming off the back of that plane.
Passengers to boarding stop.
They're all going to be going into the airport directly. The only people coming off the back is going to be probably the crew. And that will be it. And there goes my passengers. Will they actually come through here? Probably, but yeah, here we go. So yeah, it's good. So all the baggage coming off, all the people coming off. Everyone's happy. And we can switch to ground power. And turn off the APU and the bleed. The life of a pilot, eh guys? Fuel pumps can go off. Taxi lights can go off. Anti-collision lights off. I hope you enjoyed your flight. It says 3 passengers of 90. 3? It must be counting the passengers based on when they make it into the building, or when they make it to the end of the jetway. Because there's more than 3 people have got off this plane. Now let's see if I can go to... Okay, it's not working because I'm pressing the wrong button. So here, if I go, not going to work supremely well, but it should work. everybody spawns from the same point. He's a big dude. So if we actually go to here, oh, digging the George Carlin look there, and digging the later George Carlin look. That's like my jumper, the one that I've stretched the neck on. That's no good. All right, see you later, mate. See you later. Yeah, the glass ones are good, aren't they? I love that walk. They've all got this swagger, haven't they? Ooh, hello. They've all got this big swagger on them. Hope you enjoyed your flight. I have been your captain. That was a good flight. That was way better than the Manchester one. I can't explain why we didn't pick up the glide slope at Manchester when I did it this morning. I just, no idea. Obviously a mistake I made. It could be that I didn't transfer the ILS frequency to the active position, you know. Soon enough. See you, kidder. It could be that. It could just be that. Yeah. Shall we follow them? Hey. Hey, Justin. Bye. See ya. Adios. So we should be... Did someone say just great job, gentlemen? Yeah, we look back at the plane there. There we go. Oop, sorry. Oop, 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 oop. Another Beaver fan. We can stand out on the stairs here, I guess. It's good, isn't it? It's pretty cool. And the baggage is, well, still a little ways to go. But this adds so much more immersion as well, and depth to an actual flight. And if I'd added the ATC chatter as well, you know, more so. Yeah, they do walk a bit strange, you know, like they've been sat for too long, or maybe a bowel movement is imminent. I don't know. I like how they've angled this because of the engine in the way, where like I think on the other larger planes, the 700 and 800, the engine is further back, and so this thing can just hang straight. On the 600, with the engine being so close to the cargo hatch, they've had to actually angle it here. And GSX does seem to take care of all of that. Otherwise it would have been like this one, it would have been dead straight. That's the baggage done. Are all my passengers off? No, there's still people. No, we've still got like 30 people to get back into the airport yet. See you later, dude. Hey, close the hatches, matey. Thank you. I think the plane does that by itself. It knows. Coolio. Absolutely brilliant. Right. Dingy, 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 and dingy. And flip, 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 and flip, and flip, and flip. That's all good. Recirculating fan can go off. It's quiet now. Seat belts can go off. Although people would have probably known to turn the belts off. You could, if you wanted to, just sit here and turn all the brightnesses off. You know, turn the lights down and turn the lights down low. Come back up here, turn the GPS off. Whatever takes your fancy. That's the beauty of it all. Dome light off. Just shutting it down properly. And if this plane had a persistent state, you'd have to do this. You'd have to turn it all off so it's ready for next time. You know? That's kind of a thing, but this doesn't have a persistent state as far as I'm aware. Yeah, so basically the next time you jump into the same plane, all the buttons are exactly where you left them. So you have to make sure that everything is off. Flight directors. TCAS, on or off? On. Yeah, that's off. I don't think you need to bother worrying about frequencies, just leave them as they are. And these tests here.
Do you want to deboard crew?
Let's do both.
Crew to boarding starting.
Crew to board. Crew to. Forget it. Can't say it. Which is the dingling one? There's a dingling test here. I think it might be. I'm convinced it's this one. I was right. Okay, and then you've got more tests here. Carry out, and I think there's a. Now this is for. I'll see if I can remind myself now. Left and right engines and APU. Yep. I think that's a light test though, just to make sure that when something goes wrong that those lights are gonna work. There's more tests in the plane. There's up here you can test stuff out as well. Or is it up here? Yeah, there are testy things up here too. If you were that way inclined. Depends. Like a pilot would actually have to go through these tests and check everything. But it all depends how much, you know, you're into it. Aren't the crew getting off? The crew should be getting off that back. Actually, maybe not. Maybe they do.
Pilots to boarding starting.
Yeah, I thought they got off the back way. And, you know, they had their own little golf cart that would take them. Oh no, there you go. Alright, so the pilots are now off the plane, so we've pretty much shut most things off anyway. So we can turn off the ground power. Then emergency lights can go to the off position. And finally, the battery can be turned. And now we're cold. Ideally, GSX, once these pilots disappear into the airport, it should release this. Now, because I've turned the battery off, I don't really know how I'm going to close the door unless GSX is going to do it for me. I probably should have waited on that one. Ooh. Probably should have waited on that. There's the old pilots. They're gone now. It should release this on its own. Obviously, it's got its own power. It's not relying on mine. And I can actually release the ground power, dude. So he'll just pop away. Now what about that? I guess we're going to have to do this manual. Right? Is the plane going to shut its door though? the battery's off, so I actually don't know if it will. Yeah, the answer to that would be a no. Which would make a lot of sense, right? Because I don't think we'll even be able to do it from here. Oh, it does. Okay. There we go. That's it. We are exactly as we should be. A full year to turn the plane on. I'll bet you if I was guiding you through it, gain damage, we could do it in half an hour, 40 minutes. For the first time around. How many buttons and switches should I add? All of them. Yeah, well, you know, it's study level, so... And more so in the Phoenix Airbus as well. That is like full on. But whether all of these breaker switches work in this, I don't know. It doesn't look like it. I'll bet you in the Phoenix they do. I'll bet it. What about these? Yeah, you see these breaker switches aren't working. They're not selectable. I wonder if they do in the Phoenix, you know? I don't know. I would imagine. But like all the systems that the plane has, the Boeing, is modeled here. It's all here. But it's even more so. It's even more detailed, like flight dynamics and everything is even... Not to take anything away from this plane, because this is study level. But Phoenix A320 is just a little bit higher up in terms of how much is in that plane's systems compared to reality. It's probably, I think it is claimed to be the most study level aircraft ever in any sim ever. Phoenix 1. I can buy that. I can buy into that. Yeah. I've got a couple of new planes here, guys. I might show you one day. Let's see if I can give you a sneak glimpse into one of them. Now then, what would it be called? AV? The Harrier jump jet. Do I need to say anything else? One of those must-haves, you know. Now I've tried it. I didn't do too well. You know, the vertical lift-off. Swizzling the nozzles around and stuff. Didn't do too well on it. But I'll show you the model. We're back at Canberra then. So, yeah, deboarding and boarding. That's just not quite going to work here. So, the Harrier jump jet. Are we open? Canopy open? I think so. I think not. It used to... Yeah, I'm sure it started with the canopy open last time. Although there has been an update, so perhaps it's that. Yeah, so you've got these nozzles, of course, which make it launch upwards as opposed to forwards. But yeah, it's a different kettle of fish altogether, this thing. I haven't again read any manuals, so nothing. Engine starter switch. Like, was it that easy? Now, where's my little nozzle thing? Is it this one? Yeah, nozzle rotation handle. If you bring that all the way to the bottom, the nozzles are now pointing down. So when we take off... Ah, wait, where's the thing? Do we have a thing? We need a thing? Somewhere. Is there an EFB? I can't remember. I haven't actually had a proper go at this yet. I know there's a way to put a pilot into this seat. Oh, now then. I've forgotten. Yeah, you can pop a pilot in. I'm not optimistic, I'm just confident that I could tell you. Where's the... There's a lot of things that are here that are not implemented. No weaponry on here at the moment. I think maybe I have to do it through here. I can't remember how I did it last time. Ah, there you go. It's a twiddly button. There you go. The only problem is, it's Captain Nigel Carruthers and not some fighter pilot. But you can change that model. Okay, so... Now I can't guarantee you anything's going to happen here, guys. Because once you get up, if we even go vertical, you have to slide. There must be a keybind now for this, where you have to rotate the nozzle, you know, back towards horizontal so that you can start getting horizontal flight. Now fuel pump DC up. Do I have to? I'm pretty sure you have to click some of these. Oh my god. I can't remember. No. No. Normal. I don't know, I'm just... Ooh, no, not dump. Don't do dump. Okay, they're just lights. There's something up here you have to do. Flaps to cruise or STOL. STOL, that changes the flaps position, you see. I have to go through the manual, guys. Okay. I don't know if that's enough, but... No. It's not, it's completely not obeying my throttle. I think probably the engines are not properly. Okay, what have I missed? got to do with, it has to be to do with fuel. Hello. I don't know what that ticking is, but it doesn't sound good. Help! Anything else? The flaps. Okay. Flaps are in cruise now. Oh. That would help. I don't know whether you need to do anything else because of, I'm sure there's a bit more speed we can add to this. Altitude hold. Just keep it hovering perhaps. What's that thing at the bottom? How do I take that off? That's slowing the plane down. This thing at the back. Is that must be a flap you can remove or move. Nozzle limiter. Air brake. I don't know where the hell that is. Hello Chad, how you doing? I need to turn the volume down. This plane is freaking loud. There has to be, doesn't there? This thing at the back here? There must be a way to close that back flap. I don't know what it's called, so I don't know how to look for it on the checklist. Why is it not pinpointing anything anymore? Maybe it's something to do here. guys. I'll have to find out. It's flying without it, but you know, it's flying regardless, but it would still be nice to find out. Yeah, I don't know. Actually don't know where it is. Figure out how to get everything set now. There we go. I've got a feeling that we're not going perhaps as fast as normal because of that flap. That's causing a lot of drag. It has to be. But I'll do a full checklist with it one day. Now, as for bringing the thing down and then hovering, yeah, good luck with that, Rusty. It's all trees, guys. There's nowhere flat. Just pop it on the floor. Because obviously we can land it vertical. I haven't got a clue about all the settings on the computers here. This looks like radios, all radio stuff. CNI? Oh yeah, got to put the CNI on. It's all bloody trees. What about that white patch? Getting speed up again. Oh my god. We were losing speed quite heavily there. And the frame rates have gone all jerky. Let's see if we can hover the damn thing anyway. I would imagine that there would be a keybind for those nozzles. This might not be a good idea. Oh, you buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Time to turn the nozzles, Rusty. Nope. Didn't bother doing that. The nozzles are pointing straight down. Oh, I know, the flaps, they're not set for... There we go. Oh, now that flap's gone in at the back a little bit. Maybe it was correct. Are we flying backwards? Flying backwards. Hello? Forwards. Can you just fly like just stay there? Nope. I'm trying to pitch the nose down a little bit. It will not at all. We're going to be landing in the jungle, guys. Woohoo! Bouncy plane. I think learning how to fly this thing is at least unconventionally. Obviously takeoff and landing conventional might be easier, but the unconventional way, practice. Yeah, anyway, I think that's going to be it. So where's all my power things? That should all switch off now. That should all switch off now. All the powers are gone. What's making a noise? I don't know. Anyway, alright, that's going to do it, dudes. At least we got a flight in, even though it was the second one. But I'll chapter the video up so people can watch, you know, the bits they want. Alright guys, so thanks for sticking around and everything. It is now coming up to 2 AM. I'm going to have some dinner. I know, right? Yeah. So have a good rest of the day or evening or whatever it may be for you. And yeah, and I'll catch you on the next one. Yeah, people... Yeah, I mean, they can choose, can't they? But if I put chapter points in so they know what, you know, what's to come, it's not like I'm going to say, spoiler alert, the landing doesn't go well. Yeah, so once the video gets processed by YouTube, I'll chapter point it. I've done that with a couple of my last streams. I've chapter pointed it, so it just makes it easier for people to choose the bits that they want, which I think is just a lot easier. Alright guys, I need to update these end credits. I'll get that done. There's a name that has to come off, and there's, I think, a couple that needs to go on, so that's good. I'll take that. Almost 3. Tell me you're not working tomorrow again, damage. We have to have a look at this as well. I've been looking at some of the activities, you know. Today I looked at, wasn't bush trips, I'm sure, this one. And I looked at, where is it? This one. The first United States airmail route. So you do it in this plane. But you have to, there's no compass, you have to follow a river, right? So you basically start by following a river, you leave Washington, you end up in JFK Airport. But this was on May the 15th, 1918. And the first leg of the flight is, you're looking at around, knocking on for 2 hours of flying before you can do the second leg. So we're flying from Washington to Philadelphia, then from Philadelphia to New York. But it's to emulate the actual very first US Postal Service flight. And it would be nice to do that flight in the exact plane But this thing's got, like, when you say, hey, joystick, turn the plane. Nope, it takes a little while to respond. It's a little bit slow to respond. And it actually tells you head at 58 degrees, right? But there's nothing in the plane to tell you what your heading is. So you have to go outside the plane, and they put that like heads up display of all the dials and stuff. I don't ever use that. But you set it at 58 degrees, and then it says follow the something something river. But the river goes really thin and you can barely see it. And then it says once you've done that for 32 minutes, then flip onto this river. Follow that for 65 minutes on this heading. And then when you get there, Philadelphia should be 11 miles on your left-hand side. Oh yeah, that sounds all really smooth and simple. That's bound to work. Look, flight duration, 3 hours 32. I think that's over the whole thing though. But the first part of the flight, I think, is around 2 hours. And it's all manual flight, obviously, because no autopilot, no compass, no way of finding your heading from within the plane. So you have to keep jumping to external view, which is not a big fan of that. But you could use Navigraph, so you can keep an eye on your heading. You could do that, or you could use one of these apps that it shows you in real time what your heading is, rather than keep jumping out the plane. But I would like to do something like this, but man, you've got to put 2 hours aside to manually fly a wooden plane for 2 hours. You know, it's like, but this is the real deal. This is what it was like back in the day, and this thing sounds like the engine's going to fall apart. It's really cranky. And then obviously the Philadelphia to New York's probably the remaining 1.5 hours. But that's what they did back then in 1918. They finally got, I don't know how many letters this would have taken, but yeah, they went from Washington to New York and did a mail delivery in 3.5 hours. So yeah, I'd like to do some of these things. The difficult one is going to be this one, New York to Paris, in a 1927 plane that has got no windows. Like, what? You can't see out the front. You have to use a periscope. The first flight at Kitty Hawk. I want to do these. Definitely want to do these. These are historical landmarks in flight. Like, look at this in the DC-3. That's got to be Denver to Salt Lake City in a DC-3. That's got to be fantastic. Really want to do this. Helicopter Grand Canyon Scenic Tour. The Hell Stretch. What? That's in that same... Is it the same plane? Yeah, looks like it. I don't know what this is. In this flight, you'll recreate the daring and difficult Hell Stretch airmail route across the Allegheny Mountains. Is that right? Once the first regular airmail service between New York, Philadelphia, and Washington was established, the one that we just saw now, and it's raining here. Look, I'll bet you there's storms. The U.S. Postal Service looked west and began to scout a route toward Cleveland and Chicago. The land, however, was not as flat as the map. Between New York and the newly chosen airmail refueling stop of Bellefonte, Pennsylvania, there was a formidable mountain range to negotiate, the Alleghenies. On September 20th, 1918, pilot Max Miller landed the first airmail plane, a survey flight in Bellefonte. Once Bellefonte was chosen over rival town Lock Haven as a stopover, the new Western airmail route ran New York to Layton, Bellefonte, Clarion, Cleveland. On December 18th, the mail planes began landing in Bellefonte. Pilots often made a showy arrival, thrilling townspeople. One story claims that pilot Slim Lewis, no one gets called Slim anymore, do they? Slim Lewis flew so close to the courthouse that the weather vane spun. I believe it. I believe it. Townspeople vied with one another to have airmail pilots as house and dinner guests. Yeah, I bet it didn't stop there either. In Belafonte, the pilots were honoured and well known and enjoyed life as celebrities. You can imagine, I mean, even pilots today, you know, it's like, ooh, you're a pilot, wow. But back then, these guys, this is different stuff. Visibility was often poor, and instruments in the Curtis Jennies and de Havilland DH4s were unreliable. Unpredictable weather and mountain winds posed the greatest threats. This section of central Pennsylvania was so treacherous, I've got a mouse pointer in front of it, was so treacherous it soon earned the nickname the Hell Stretch, claiming more pilots' lives, oh crumbs, than any other leg of the coast-to-coast airmail route. One highly publicized crash involved Charlie Ames on October 1st, 1925. After 10 days of searching, his plane was found where he crashed into the side of a mountain. The town of Belafonte mourned as if it had lost one of its own. As you lift your Jenny into the skies above New York and head west with the morning mail, cinch down your cap and goggles. Make it through the hell stretch, and you'll not only have proven your piloting skills, but you'll have a hot dinner and warm welcome waiting for you in Belafonte. Wow. What a story. 2 legs. From Republic Airport to Jake Amer Memorial Airport, then you take off from there to get to Belafonte. 3 hours. Is that 3 hours 49 minutes? Jesus. I mean, in an airliner, this is like a piece of cake. It's nothing. But in this, a wooden plane with unreliable instruments in dodgy weather over mountains. Oh my God. I just want to have a look at what the environment looks like at the start here. Farmingdale is the departure point. 201 nautical miles. And there's the mountain range right smack in the middle. My God. Flight Simulator, guys, honestly, it's not the cheapest product out there, but damn, if you're into flying, just the fact that they recreate real world historical flights and actually give you the story. Look at this, we're setting off now. Is this morning? It is. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Look at that sky. Oh my God. 7 o'clock in the morning. So we'll be there delivering the post for 10 o'clock. Actually, no. 11 o'clock. People will get their post. Come and stay at my house. Come and stay at my house. Listen to this thing. And here's your navalog, right? So basically, fly runway heading for 3.5. So you stay on this runway heading for 3.5 nautical miles. Just before the highway intersection, you will reach waypoint 1. So it's visual. You have to be looking out. And then, of course, as I said, you've got these instruments on external. Let's see if we can bring those out. These, I don't put these on when I fly for obvious reasons, but you need it for this really, unless you can get an app that can show you in real time what your heading is. So you go to heading 325 and you stay on that heading for 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Then you go, so you have to have a timer, which you've got here, right? You have that going, but then you've got to keep that on screen or maybe off on another monitor somewhere. Oh my God, this thing just went off on another monitor without me having to turn it into a window. Since when's it been able to do that? Okay. and then you go to heading 295, and you travel that for 18 miles or for 20 minutes and 1 second, and then you cross over LaGuardia Airport. Look at the weather conditions. And listen to this damn plane. Oh, guys, check out that sky. Crumbs. That is something else. I wonder if they're actually recreating the weather, or at least some of the weather conditions that were around at the time. But yeah, all you have here, if I even know what they are, is your altitude, right? Which you, oh sugar. Okay, I've kind of messed that up now. No QNH setting in here. Then you've got this thing, which I think is, yeah, it's your propeller RPM. Then you've got your oil, and then, what does that say? Oh yeah, that's got to be airspeed, judging by the numbers on there. And you've got these two lights. This is how much fuel you have. Is that enough? That's less than half a tank. That's how much fuel you've got. And that is it, guys. That's it. You've got your mixture. Your fuel cut off. The panel lights. This is all you get. No compass, no idea of heading, nothing. Nothing at all. I would love to do one of these, like as a stream thing. There we take off. I know I said I said all my goodbyes, didn't I? But I can't see. I don't know at what speed we're going to take off. I'm just going to try and let it lift on its own. I think it wants to go. There's no flaps, I don't believe. So we've got to follow this heading for 3 minutes. Like, I don't want to keep going here to see my heading, which is exactly correct, 325. And then I've got to go, what is it, 285 after 3 minutes. I didn't set a time. And how do I know when I'm at 285? I don't. I don't have an instrument to tell me. Oh, and we're in the back seat. There's another seat at the front of this plane. I mean, really. I'm going to be so low to the ground as well. I just have to guess. Like, there's no radios here to tell you how far away you are from the airport. So you can't, for example, say, okay, I am now 3.5 nautical miles from the airport, but now let's switch to 285. It doesn't work that way. There's nothing here. There's nothing to tell me anything. These are super basic instruments. But I think with little nav map you can do it. But would that be cheating? I don't know what this is, the altitude ring. I mean, I don't know what the hell altitude. So I am actually at my altitude is 650, so I'm going to need that to tell me 650. Maybe there. Okay, so going over to 285. Is it 285 here? Oh, wait a minute. I've already veered off to 285 anyway. Yeah, if you think you've veered off too much, you can go on. You can click "Get Me Back on Track," which is one of the icons up here. Can't remember which one it is now. Is it here? Maybe I took it off. But yeah, you can, there's a get me back on track thing where it just puts you back. But if you don't use that throughout the whole flight, then you get bonus points. This thing doesn't climb a lot, so I don't know how much altitude we're going to require to get over these mountains. Look at those clouds. It's not quite Concorde, is it, guys? But it just looks incredible. Look at them. I've got, this is full power, by the way, just so you know. Yeah, oof. Maybe one day we'll have a go at these. But these aren't short flights. I mean, you're knocking on for 4 hours to do this flight. You know. Yeah. Oh, it could well rain. Oh. Guys, for God's sake, look at that. I need to get my screenshot program. Is it not working? There we go. Wow. Look, just looking out over the wing there. Oh my goodness. And of course, back in the day, you wouldn't have had all these towns and, you know, city blocks and stuff. It would have just been whatever it would have looked like back in 1918. It wouldn't have been as much, let's just say that much. What am I supposed to be on? Oh, 285. And I'm actually on 214. I'm not there. I think you need to put this directly behind the plane though. It's not super responsive. I don't know how far out I am from where I'm supposed to be. The sky is incredible. Can you imagine delivering the mail and the guy says, "Oh, it's the wrong thing." Take it back yourself. I've got a letter from my love. And now you order from Amazon and it's there next day. Just a couple of brass ringed instruments and a wooden plane held together with wire. Jesus Christ. Different breed, eh guys? Is that an airport? And what is this great big grey thing here? Is this just like a shed load of bad weather? It must be popping this up because it knows that I'm off track. So the get me back on track. What is this? Basic control. Oh, no, no, no. Travel to. Oh, I don't know. Replay? When did they put that on? Why can't I have that on now? Oh, sugar. Why can't I customize this? Why is it grey? This is quite something. But this is a whole different like experience, isn't it? Because it's all manual. The navigation is so basic. That is definitely a runway. The navigation is so basic compared to like what we've just been in. And all this just to deliver like a few letters. All these cables. One of them snaps and yeah. But look at this, as the day is going to get brighter and brighter and these clouds. That's because I wasn't paying attention. 4 hours. Can you imagine 3 hours and 20 minutes in and you just pick up a cup of tea or something and you just maybe don't see your plane going up or down and you get this. Oh God. Oh God. I don't know whether, you see, you can turn this off, this aircraft stress, you can turn that off, but it may be that it is force enabled for these bush trips. I actually don't know if that is the case. But to undergo some of these trips would be incredible. Like, how did they do it back then? They must have had a compass. They're not counting up 3 minutes 32 seconds and then turning to a heading that they think is. Some of it was visual, like like on the other mail route when I follow this river, then follow that river. You have to know your geography there to know what river you're following, and I suppose once you've done that trip a few times, though, it's kind of second nature. But I haven't really delved into any of these because, as you can see, I've got 2%, 2%. I've got basically nothing done here. This is flight training, which I didn't really do a lot of. Landing challenges, I've done a couple of those. Discovery flights, so you can discover all beautiful locations. And these aren't photographs. These are from the game. Yeah. Going around Rio. I mean, these are all screenshots out the game. It's ridiculous. They're absolutely ridiculous. Grand Canyon must be amazing. Especially to do it in a helicopter and that. Montreal, Pennines, Sydney, St. Louis. I think the ultimate one to do has to be that. What's the guy's name? The one in Lindbergh? New York to Paris? Seriously. Like, on your own, over the ocean, for God knows how many hours. I mean, it takes a Boeing, like, what is it, 6 hours to get across the Atlantic? And then you've got this little putt-putt plane that the guy's basically just sat down in. No, I don't think he's even got a chair. No windows. What the hell? And that plane you just saw that we were in right now, 1918. It was like 70 years later, and we were almost ready to launch the space shuttle. And Concorde was already up and running 70 years later. So it's like, I don't know. It's unfathomable. I will leave you with that thought. Until then, guys, we will be back. Until then, bye for now. Take care.